Okay, so good morning everyone and welcome to this year's Catchment Data and Evidence Forum. Thank you for joining us today. We're really looking forward to a packed agenda and hopefully a very engaging day. So just to introduce us, I'm Lucy Butler. I'm chair of the CABA Catchment Data User Group, and I also work in the Data and Evidence team at the Rivers Trust. And I'll hand over to Dave to introduce himself.
I'm Dave Johnson. Morning everyone, and I'm Technical Director at the Rivers Trust, and I'll be leading the discussion at the end of the day and the feedback session.
Okay, and we also have our colleagues Rebecca Duncan and Heather Bell, who've helped us to organise today and are in the background helping us with all the tech, so thank you to them as well. So just to kick us off, to start, we've just got a bit of a quick overview, so I'm just gonna share my screen for that, and hopefully that's all there now. So just before we start, just a bit of housekeeping for the day. So we're running today using Zoom webinar, and you can use the Q&A function that you find at the bottom of your screen to submit questions to our speakers and panelists throughout the day. We've got a number of discussions and Q&A sessions when we take questions. You can also use the chat function to share your comments, or if you've got any useful resources or links that you want to share, please do that in the chat. As ever at the forum, we'll be having some voting sessions, and we'll explain how that works when we get to them, but they're really important and we really do value your views, so it'd be great if you can get involved at those points. And just to make you all aware, you should have seen the notice, but we are recording the webinar today and we will share it on the CABA website afterwards. So if anybody's got any issues with that, just get in touch. And for any of you who are on social media, we'll be using the hashtag CDUG Forum 21 to share comments on the day. So once again, thanks go to the EU Interreg North Sea Region Watercog project for supporting the event today. And the forum's hosted by the Catchment Data User Group, and it's been organised this year by the CABA Technical Support Team. Although if you're keen to get involved and help us organise it in the future, we definitely welcome your support, so please do get in touch. This is our 4th annual forum, and all the outputs from the previous events are shared on the CABA website, where we also always produce a short summary highlighting the outcomes and the results of the voting, and we'll do that again after this year's forum. So the first key aim of the forum is to identify the key barriers and opportunities for the wider CABA data and evidence community to support delivery of the 25-year environment plan. And last year, through the voting, you told us that one of the key opportunities that you felt there were, but where you thought we needed some more skills, was in data visualization. So really pleased that this year our keynote is going to be from Adam Frost from Add2, and he's going to focus on this topic and share his expertise with us. And then tomorrow, one of our spotlight webinars, Rethinking Data, I'll build on this with the CABA and Rivers Trust comms team. So the second aim of the forum is to provide an inclusive national forum for the catchment data and evidence community to exchange knowledge and expertise and increase the network of technical experts that are available to CABA partnerships. So delighted that today and tomorrow we've got talks from 23 different organisations sharing their experience with us, and we've got attendees registered from over 80 different organisations covering academia, consultancies, CABA partnerships, government agencies, communications professionals, businesses and water companies. And last year, one of the questions we asked was whether we should broaden the forum to be more inclusive and also include the Nature Recovery Network and the local nature strategies and the coastal partnerships, which you responded and said you were keen to do. So pleased that this year we've got dedicated sessions in both these areas that are going to be chaired by Natural England and the Coastal Partnerships Network. And the third aim of the forum is to incorporate the ideas and expertise of everyone here, the wider community, in the co-design of key evidence sharing infrastructure to support the 25-year plan. And your votes really do matter and help us to do this. So we just thought we'd go through a couple of examples to sort of show a timeline over the time that we've been running the forum. So firstly, the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative. In 2018, you told us that collection and use of third-party data was one of the top 3 priorities where the data and evidence community could support the 25-year plan. And then in 2019, you helped initiate ideas on what an enhanced carbon monitoring programme and catchment monitoring cooperative could look like and what should be done first, including setting up a working group and looking for funding. And then in 2020, you helped further thinking about the benefits the CMC could help deliver and what was most important to include in the scope. And later this afternoon, we'll be hearing an update from Michelle Walker on the latest progress with that. And then a second example, maybe a more challenging one, around soils data. In 2018 and 2019, it was one of the top barriers identified that soils data isn't freely and readily available to partnerships. In 2020, we did have a webinar with CEH on making catchment data more accessible, where they presented the portal's sharing and making water resources and drought, lakes data and the camels data sets more accessible. But still, we're struggling to have soils data available. However, earlier this year, Natural England did recently publish some data on the location of peaty soils on their open data portal. And also we were asked earlier this year by the Sustainable Soils Alliance for any evidence they could use to back up the view that lack of open access to soils data is an issue, as they were doing a report for DEFRA. And so Dave was able to feed the results of voting into the forum to show that it really is an issue. Obviously, we recognise it still is an ongoing issue, and it's something that we'll continue to use the voting evidence to push for. So just quickly, what can you expect this year? So we'll be sticking predominantly to the lightning talk format, as we've always had positive feedback on that, but we'll have a few more live talks this year than we did last year, and also we've got some more discussion sessions spread out throughout the day. We'll be having the interactive voting, as you've just heard how important that is, so please share your views. And then just to highlight, tomorrow we've got our 2 spotlight webinars. So at 10 AM in the morning, and we've got our webinar on rethinking data. So please join the Rivers Trust and Cabot Comms team then to focus more on learning about importance of good data visualization with some great tips to share. And then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you can join the Freshwater Habitats Trust, who are going to take us through identifying important freshwater areas and how you can undertake the analysis and how it can help target projects to protect, restore and improve connectivity for freshwater wildlife. So finally, just before we start, just a quick overview of the agenda. So this morning we've got our keynote on data visualization, our lightning talk sessions and our session on nature recovery and biodiversity. And then this afternoon, we've got sessions on health, wellbeing and nature, citizen science and monitoring, and a whole-scope approach to catchment, coastal and marine management. So really hope you do enjoy the day, and please do get in touch through the Q&A, asking questions to our speakers and panelists. So now, without further ado, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Adam Frost, to join us from Ad2. So Adam was formerly head of data visualization at the Guardian's digital agency, and he's now content director at Ad2, who are an agency specialising in data visualization. His works appeared in The Guardian, The New Statesman and BuzzFeed, and Adam's also produced infographics and interactives for a range of public and private sector clients. So we're really pleased that Adam can join us this morning and share his expertise in data visualization. I know it's something that lots of you today are interested to learn more about. We'll be having a short Q&A after Adam's talk, so if you've got any questions for him, please do post them in the Q&A function. So I'll now hand over to Adam to share his screen and presentation. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Lucy, and thanks for inviting me along. I'll try and share my screen now, hopefully not crash everything. Okay, so that bit worked. Can you all see that presentation? Is it on full screen? Fantastic. Okay. Well, do let me know if the audio or video drops out at any point. So yes, as Lucy said, I'm Adam, a content director at Ad2, used to be part of the Guardian's digital agency, and then we went independent a few years ago now. I'm going to try and talk a little bit about data visualization today, but to set the scene, I'll just talk very broadly about what we do and our approach to it. Just because we are an agency, we've always been an agency. Even when we were in the Guardian, we did some work with the journalists, producing work for the website, but most of the time we were working with external clients such as yourselves, NGOs, charities, government departments, who wanted to partner with the Guardian and essentially use Guardian skills and expertise to create their own reports or microsites or conferences or whatever it was. So it was essentially a way of getting revenue in for the Guardian, because unfortunately the newspaper didn't make enough money, still probably doesn't. You know, unfortunately no one pays for news anymore. So that's what we did. We tried to generate revenue for the Guardian in other ways. Still what we do, we're still an agency. So it basically means we're always doing different things. We're not just working with one set of style guidelines, one set of brand guidelines. Every day is different. We're telling different stories, using different visual methods. So sometimes we're telling quite simple stories. So this was something we did recently for Charmin, and they gave us one of the scariest spreadsheets we'd ever seen. It was called Sheets Per Task. So it had all the different ways that people use toilet paper, depending on the task, broken down by demographics. So it was quite it's excruciating to analyze that. But anyway, they just wanted to sort of pull out as many interesting stories you can find for social media. Most of them weren't fit for publication, but this one was quite interesting. We just found that when people started having families, they spent a lot longer in the toilet, and they would sort of sending emails in there and drying their hair and doing all kinds of things because it's the only place where they got any peace. So that's quite a simple story there, but sometimes it's more complicated. This was for Ofsted, and it was looking at every child in the UK, sort of an access and achievement analysis. So tons of data on here, more like data art, really. Audiences change. So sometimes we are talking to experts, people who really know their stuff, and actually are probably slightly bored with the conventional visualization approaches. So this was for Carbon Disclosure Project. It was so people that knew exactly how much CO2 various companies emitted. So they didn't want a traditional CO2 map with sort of bubbles overlaid on a map sort of grouped by sector. You can see all of these squares are an equal size, because the audience knew that BP and Shell had a huge carbon footprint and Gilead had a small one. They were more interested in quality. That was the point for them. You know, how reliable are these numbers? So actually, BP and Shell, yes, emit a lot of CO2, but were reasonably transparent about their numbers. Companies like Amazon, Apple around the edges, PetroChina, much more hazy. Either you couldn't trust them, or the numbers they disclosed, or they didn't disclose and just didn't tell you. I'm not sure if things have changed. This was the case a few years ago. So you need quite a nuanced approach, or sort of to think laterally for those kinds of audiences. But sometimes you're talking to everyone, the general public, and you need the opposite approach. You need probably just pick one dramatic data point and try and connect it to something in their lives. In this case, this was for Crest, so it's just trying to make people brush their teeth for longer. Media changes as well. Sometimes we're building dashboards where we're not prescribing a specific story, we're letting people find stories that are interesting to them. I know you've made a couple of these where people could sort of search a geographical map, for example. In this case, it was a sort of interactive bubble chart that Kantar wanted us to make, just ranking various brands by various measures. You could, look by country or by the sector they were in, and it's quite a complex interface because there are multitude of stories to find here. So that's one approach, but sometimes the medium is really simple. It's a motion graphic. It's 90 seconds long. There's one story we're telling. We are deciding what that story is. The audience doesn't get a choice. And it's probably got about 5 data points in it. And we're just spacing them out and making them as colourful and exciting as possible. So you can see everything changes all of the time. But it felt to me that a lot of you might be in that situation as well, that for you, data visualization isn't a specific thing, because I've had a look at some of the things you publish, and you're also talking to a lot of different people. Sometimes you're talking to each other, sometimes you're talking to experts, sometimes you're talking to government departments and ministers, sometimes you're talking to the general public. And so I thought the most useful thing to do is just to quickly talk about the process we go through, because actually rules aren't that helpful when it comes to most organizations. And I think probably organizations like yourselves, because if I say, a bar chart always has to have 12 bars or less, or, never start a y-axis at 0, or, never use a red, amber, green scale, or, if you Google this stuff, there's all kinds of this is how you must do a chart. And actually so much depends on audience. If you're talking to each other, you're going to be using, very detailed charts because you're all used to the subject and you understand it and you don't need anything explained. If you're talking to the general public, they're not even going to know what the catchment-based approach is, so you have to strip things right back. For them, the catchment just means, where their kids are going to go to school. Even the terminology will need to be walked through. So I think really the process I'm going to talk about is more about working out who you're talking to and their level of prior knowledge, and thinking about how you tailor the charts and maps you're making for to their level of need. This is the simple version: find, design, make, refine. I've put a more complex table here where I've tried to break down who's involved in each part, the kinds of tools we use. And as I said, this is really just about trying to work out, okay, what does data viz mean for this project and for this audience? Because it's a movable feast. So first of all, you're analyzing your data. It tends to be data analysts, scientists, researchers that are doing this, just looking for anything that's going to be interesting or useful for this particular audience. We do use Excel most of the time. I know it's rubbish and it crashes all the time and it can't deal with huge data sets, but most of the time it can cope. So Excel, Google Sheets are okay. I know a lot of you will be using R or Python or possibly business intelligence dashboards, things like Power BI, Tableau, which can deal with large and dynamic data sets. It doesn't really matter whatever you prefer, as long as you do this, and get a reliable, credible, truthful data set. That's the rock on which you build everything else. And I'm sure you all know this: if the data is junk, then there's no point visualizing it, because it needs to be true. I should say, often you will literally be visualizing data at this point. You often chart, particularly if you've got a huge spreadsheet, you will start putting things in charts just to spot trends and patterns and work out what it all means. But that's not really what I'm talking about today. I think most people's understanding of data visualization is the point where you found something interesting and you want to tell someone else, you want to persuade someone else it's interesting. Because, and that looks very different to this. I mean, most data analysis tools, they give you charts that look a bit like this, and it's, it's not great. This isn't one of the worst ones by any means. This is from Spotfire, but Power BI, Tableau, they all give you similar outputs. And, it's design. I don't think any designers even you know, spent any time on this at all. You've got the scatter chart on the top right looks like someone's just sneezed on the screen, and red means 3 different things in one interface. And over on the left, you've got navigation, which is in some dark blue headings there. Background color seems to be an Arial. And then over on the right, you've got filters, which I think are in Calibri, completely different typeface. So it's like a Frankenstein monster. It's just like 3 different interfaces that have been bolted together, and you just have to deal with it. But that's fine, because no one else is going to see this. This is just for you to work out what's there. What I think becomes important when you're talking to other people is, you know, you don't, really shouldn't just copy and paste stuff you found in a tool like this. You find something interesting using those tools, because they do save a lot of time. And then you think about, right, there's lots of interesting stuff here, loads of things I could say. Who's this for? And that's when you need to, usually we get editors, journalists, producers involved, people who are good at working out, right, we need to tailor this for a specific use case, for a specific audience, and then structure it in a way that's going to keep them interested. It's why we use a lot of pen and paper, just because this takes ages. You always leave way too much in, and you always assume your audience knows way more than it does. And it's just easier to refine and edit if you just sketch things, because it's quick, it's simple. It encourages you to just try things and throw them away. Once you start opening software, you start getting more committed to it. It takes longer. You think things look better and more interesting than they do, because your software will sort of flatter your story into looking a bit more permanent and robust. Whereas pen and paper, only the strongest stories survive when you're sketching. So this is about being as relevant and interesting for your audience as possible. And as I say, it's iterative. You have to keep going and keep going. Terry Pratchett said, the first draft is always just you telling the story to yourself. And I love that. And I think it's probably true of the 3rd and the 4th draft. It's just you working it out in your own head. And again, that's why we love pen and paper. And in fact, what we find is that when we get to the final sort of sketch, and we do this for everything, you know, whether it's even PowerPoint presentations, we always sort of get Post-it notes first and just try and work out that key story arc. But what we find is that the final version of the sketch is always pretty close to what we end up making, because we've done all the sort of hard thinking and deleting and editing as we sketch. So the last part, when we actually make it, is always reasonably painless if we've done the sketching bit right. There's a pretty close connection between what we sketch. So this is something I did with a designer called Zhenya Vasilyev for The Guardian, where we just looked at the most common first names for people in different professions. We looked at loads of different professions, but the first one here is comparing FTSE directors, prisoners and Guardian staff, just looking at what the top 20 or maybe possibly 30 most common names are. And, you know, I did a lot of sketches, you know, weeks of them, trying to work out what the best chart was, how many names, then when we decided it was a Venn, how many names we put in each circle, before the designer Zhenya took over, and he transformed it into this beautiful thing that people will actually publish and share. But it was all sketches first, pen and paper as well, not digital. Of course, design is what makes it amazing and beautiful. But I'd say that if you look at any infographic designer that you admire, they'll be doing this. I can't think of a single designer I know who doesn't sketch out everything first, and that's whether it's static or interactive, sort of wireframe UX kind of thing. There's always a lot of drawing first, and sometimes that's transferred into something simple like Photoshop or Figma, just to get everything in a digital format. But the starting point is always this. This Freedom book is great, by the way, if you want to see other examples. And this is an example I just dropped in by Adolfo Aratz, just because I love this. This infographic is beautiful. It's about Kowloon Walled City in Hong Kong. It's just one cross section of part of it. It was this gigantic illegal squat that grew up in Hong Kong in the 80s and 90s. But, you know, look, he did all of this first. In fact, I think he did a couple of these before he started working it up. So he knew exactly the structure, information structure, before he sort of populated it with all these amazing people. Like every room, it's like sort of Richard Scarry on acid or something. It's got all these, every room has an individual story in it. He does one of these every week. I don't know how he does it. Does a sort of infographic every week, sometimes more, for the South China Morning Post. Okay, so we do design. That's the first among equals for us. Just all of that sketching, getting the story right, lots of deleting. Only when we're happy with everything do we actually make it. Do we actually open up Illustrator or After Effects or D3 or PowerPoint or whatever it is, whatever tool you've got, or a mapping tool. That's when we kind of, that's when we actually turn the electricity on, and designers, illustrators, front-end developers, back-end developers, animators all get involved. And this is where we're just trying to make everything as clear as possible. So we've got something interesting to say, we're confident of that, and we've sketched it out. We think, yep, that's a good story. But obviously, unless people can see it, it grabs their attention and then understand it, then the story's going to die. Last of all, refining. This is everyone's least favorite, but the most important part. Testing, showing it to other people. You know, nobody likes feedback unless it's, wow, that's brilliant, don't change anything at all. But that rarely happens. So this, you know, you really do need to show other people and test it. And obviously for an interactive you do, but even if it's a static graphic or a PowerPoint presentation, just show it to other people. Are there typos? Are the numbers correct? Does everything make sense? Have I put too much in? It really is, it's how you make sure your work is useful. You know, it's for other people after all, not for you, and beautiful. You know, if it's clear, then beauty, it's kind of beautiful by definition. Okay, so that's really our only rule. We don't really have any other rules. It's sort of go through this process, and it usually tends to work, because if you do all these things, you think about prioritize your audience, work out how much they need, how much time you've got with them, the media they prefer to have things in. Unfortunately, it's usually PowerPoint, god damn it, but anyway. But if you go through all those steps, then usually what you make is pretty good, it's pretty useful. And really the only other rule we have that sort of follows on from that is, you'll have noticed there's quite a lot of people involved here. And we're often asked by our clients, oh, we want to do more of this stuff, can you recommend a data visualizer to us? And we always say, well, look at what's involved. There might be some modern Da Vinci who can do all these different things, you know, a fantastic researcher, data scientist, survey designer, editor, writer, graphic designer, front-end developer, back-end developer, illustrator, animator, marketing usually to tell people about it, business development to sort of win the work in the first place, project manager usually to sort of kick people every morning and make them actually talk to each other. I should say, if you can actually do all of those things, please come and work for us. Whatever your salary is, we'll double it. Come, please join us. In fact, you can be the whole of Ad2, and Tobias and I can retire to Canada or New Zealand or somewhere where the government isn't insane and trying to kill us all the time. I am ex-Guardian. There will be some politics today. But no, seriously, you know, this is the other rule is it's rare for one person to be able to do everything. This is teamwork. Data viz is nearly always collaboration. And I'm sure you're already collaborating. So keep doing it and do it even more if you can. And, you know, work out what your skills are and then sort of team up or make connections with people who have complementary skills, because, you know, it's usually people who are fantastic with spreadsheets and statistics. They aren't always brilliant at choosing colors and graphic design, and vice versa. Graphic designers, you know, most of not all of our designers are the best writers in the world, you know, and not all of our editors are particularly good with numbers. It's just about, you know, putting the right people together. And that can be as simple as just, you know, if it's something like a presentation, just show it at someone you trust and just get them to quickly read it for you. It doesn't always have to be this huge and expensive team thing. It can just be as simple as checking in with people and saying, do you think this is any good? But it is always about collaboration. Okay, so that's our process. What I thought I would do just for the last bit is show you some best practice examples. People who I think, designers who I think have gone through all of those stages. You know, sort of people who I think it's worth imitating. Or to put it another way, and in honor of your incredibly eloquent spokesperson, a good chart these days is hard to find. I couldn't resist it. I love Fergal Sharkey. What I also thought is, obviously there's a huge amount of best practice, and depending on whether you're making infographics, interactives, animations, but it felt like in a lot of the work you do, the challenge was how to make these huge numbers meaningful to people, particularly when you're talking to the general public. So, you know, looking at a lot of your reports, you're trying to sort of describe the impact of what water companies are doing to our rivers and ecosystems. And these are some of the stats that really jumped out for me. Water companies discharging raw sewage 400,000 times, untreated human effluent, which is a very euphemistic way of putting it. I'm not sure I put it quite so scientifically. It poured into rivers and seas for 3.1 million hours, or you've got the 21 billion litres that Southern Water dumped into protected seas. So I thought I'd just show you a few of my favourite examples of people who have visualised huge numbers, and then I might set you a bit of a challenge. So this is one from David McCandless. He's a great designer. If his work, his book, Information is Beautiful in particular, is a great resource if you do just want to see how graphic design can make numbers more accessible. This is something called the $1 billion-gram, and what he did here is looked at some of the big numbers that journalists were preoccupied with. This is a few years old now. And then he put them side by side so you could actually compare them. So the top left, you've got the US defense budget compared to China and the UK underneath. Top right, we've got Iraq and Afghanistan wars cost compared to how much they were predicted to cost, which is the little inset square. Underneath that, we've got Apple market value, Google market value, Microsoft market value, all about the same time. Sort of over to the left, we've got Wall Street revenue in green, and inset we've got profits and bonuses. And then underneath, we've got the worldwide cost of the financial crisis in 2008. And so hopefully you can see that his point here is that this number, 11.9 trillion, was reported quite widely in the media, and he just felt, well, for most people, what does that mean? 11.9 trillion. What does it? What? How many noughts is a trillion? And what would that look like? It was very, very hard for I think the ordinary person to think of that as a tangible amount of money. So he said, well, it's about all of that added together. That's how much we gave to the banks. And that provokes questions. Was that a good idea? Was it a bad idea? If it happens again, should we do it again? And this was published on the Guardian's data blog and was shared thousands and thousands of times. There was no story to go with it. It was just this image. It was just a JPEG. That's all people were sharing. No explanatory text at all. This replaced the article. And I can promise you, none of any of the other articles we wrote about the financial crisis was shared as many times as this. Because, and I'm sure it's because for the people that shared it, they felt, well, this made that number, this made it hit home for me in a way that just the text didn't or couldn't. This is an example, this is a challenge we were set by Shelter. They wanted to talk about house prices and how that has led to all kinds of social issues, including the rise of homelessness. And one of the key problems is, of course, the fact that house prices have been just left to get insanely out of control and have been left out of the inflation figures. So these were the numbers. We were talking about how a house, the average house in the UK, cost a few £1,000s in 1968 and was £250,000 by 2019. And these kinds of things sort of change over time charts, particularly when it's such a crazy, almost exponential level of change, are very hard for ordinary people to understand. So working with them, the conclusion we came to is, well, those numbers by themselves don't mean much. You need to compare it with sort of other things in their lives. So we ended up thinking, well, what if everything had risen by that level? And everyone became obsessed with sort of £8.47 for a bunch of bananas, but I think they were all pretty stuck. 50 quid for a chicken. That's your standard one, not your sort of fancy organic one, is pretty extraordinary as well. There's a couple of other examples I've put in here, which I'll include in the presentation. I don't think I've got time to go through them all, but they all do the same thing. They all take a number that's just crazily huge and encourage people to look at it another way. This one is by Periscopics, about gun deaths, and they wanted to try and work out, well, if looking at the number of people who were killed by guns in the US, what would it be like if, if they'd actually lived their whole lives? How many years have been stolen from them? So again, they're thinking laterally. This one by Carbon Visuals, I'd encourage you to watch this. It's about carbon emissions in New York. And then this one, which I will just quickly show you because I do think it's fun. Let me just jump to it. Has the browser come up okay? We all see this?
Yep.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay, excuse the cheesy corporate hand claps. Okay, I'll just look back to my presentation. I wanted to include that just to say that, if you've got a concept, it doesn't have to be that slick to be great data viz. Once you've got that idea, you can actually look quite rough and ready, quite homemade, and still be hugely effective. Right, so I'm not sure if I've got time to just ask you to do a quick exercise. Is that okay with the Rivers Trust if I just get people to set them a little challenge? Have I got enough time, or am I overshooting?
We're running over a bit, but go ahead, Adam, just quickly. All
right, okay, we'll have to do it really quickly. These are some of the big numbers. We've got Southern Water, 21 billion litres. I would like you all to just have a think about how you might visualise that number, just spend sort of 30 seconds thinking about how would we bring that number to life and put it into chat. What might we compare it to? What might we help people to understand quite how much sewage that is being dumped into protected seas? And once you've thought something, type it into chat, and there are no bad ideas. Just whatever it is, first thing that comes into your head, how would you try and, if you were literally face to face with the average person in the street, how would you persuade them that this was crazy and we need to stop it? I'm going to open chat now. Swimming pools is classic. Toilet flushes is great. Total volume of UK waterways. These are all great. A famous lake. Yep, these are all fantastic. I think we did work it out. I think it's about 8,000 swimming pools full of crap. One of the lakes in the Lake District is also good. These are all great. Toilet bowls, 2.5 litre bottle for each person in the world. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Everyone in the world has a 2.5 litre bottle of crap. How long to run out of a tap? These are superb, all great ideas. One we were toying with was, yes, Kira, that's what we had, bathtub. We worked out there were about 25 million baths in the UK, and they all have about 100 litre capacity. So essentially that is everyone having a bath full of crap in their house. Everyone in the UK, every year for 6 years. But I love all of these others as well. So that's the thing. Once you've got that idea, then it's just about execution, working with designers to say, right, we really want to get people to think about the Olympic swimming pools, or all of those 2.5 litre bottles in their house for everyone in the world, or baths overflowing with sewage. Brilliant. What about this one? Untreated human effluent poured into rivers and seas, 3.1 million hours. That's just in 1 year. What do we think about that? This is time passing. Are there any good parallels for making people understand how long episodes go? Well done, Joe. Game of Thrones. Everyone would definitely be killed by the end of that episode of Game of Thrones. Lifetimes the CEO of Southern Water. Satire. I love it, Michelle. Yes. The CEO, how many times would the CEO of Southern Water have to live? A distant planet. Heather, that's brilliant. Human lifespan. Yeah, we thought of that one. Apparently it's like 300 years. So you'd have to live to 300 years old to do that. Graham, yeah, you had similar idea. Sleeps is good. Toilet trips is nice. How far back in history? Alistair, yeah, we wondered about that. And so we went, I think, back to 300, about 300 years, I think. Unless anyone wants to jump in and correct me, I think it's about 300 years. So you'd be going back to sort of Robinson Crusoe being published, that kind of thing. South Sea Bubble, that sort of thing. So basically, you know, Daniel Defoe publishes Robinson Crusoe. It starts pouring out and it stops pretty much today. Yeah, good point from Richard. We do produce this. It's what we need is not, you know, it's going to happen. It's the discharges that's the problem, and the fact that it's raw and untreated, that rather than the crap element. Yeah, and Martin, it's all about, yeah, obviously sometimes it's a lot and sometimes it's not. All good things, but I mean, I have to say those sorts of nuanced points, which are true and should be in there in the detail, in the sort of contextual stuff. But for the general public, I'm afraid, just start by grabbing their attention with some of these brilliant ideas about, you know, how many lifetimes, how long you'd have to live to see that. The other one we found out was so this is 300 years. If you listened to every single track on Spotify, that would take you 230 years right now. So you could listen to every single track on Spotify back to back and still have 70 years left at the end, and it would still be pouring out. So, but what a fantastic idea. So, you know, this has proved that you can all do this. You can all, because that's the hard bit, coming up with a fantastic idea, the fantastic analogy. And sketching, and I'm sure you can all sketch, you can all draw, everyone can just, it doesn't need to look amazing, it just has to be clear. And then you either, if you're a designer, you can use sort of Illustrator or something interactive to make that, or you can collaborate with designers to make that idea come to life. If you want to go yourself, I've put, just at the end of the presentation, I've just put tons of resources if you want to get started, bloggers that are worth following, books about favorite books, and most importantly, some people on Twitter, most importantly, tools. So these are our favorite tools, the data sources we use for context, and then the things we use when we're making interactives and dashboards. And most of these are free, or there's a free version. So if you wanted to try them out, it should be quite straightforward. I've also put a Google Doc there with, because I obviously only mentioned a few best practice examples, but there's loads more in that Google link. And if you had any more sort of detailed questions about a specific part of data viz, just get in touch. I'm always happy to answer questions. Thanks very much for inviting me along.
Thanks, Adam. That was brilliant, and lots to get people thinking, and great to have that interaction there and get everybody's brains working. That was a good exercise to have. So we've not got much time, but we do have one question that I think would be relevant to a lot of people on the call, and that's from Mike, and he's said, how would you suggest that somebody who's completely new to data viz or graphical communication would get started? Where would they go to learn, or how would they first approach doing some of this?
That's an excellent question. I mean, it sort of depends. When you say completely new, I guess I think most of us probably aren't at that novice stage, because you probably are visualizing data already without knowing it. And I always think it's a good idea to start with the tools you already know. For most people, that is Excel and PowerPoint. And you can do good things in Excel and PowerPoint. Because I think, at least if you're already familiar with the interface, you haven't got a steep learning curve, and it will encourage you to just try simple charts, and also you'll work out whether you actually like it. Because I think that, if you have a flair for it, because I'm not sure it's worth it. Because I could say, oh, learn D3, it's an amazing JavaScript library, and you can make amazing interactive maps and charts, but it is tricky, and actually it's going to take a long time. And if you already know, if you'll know if you try it in PowerPoint and Excel whether it's for you, and then if it is, and if you realize, I'm actually spending my weekends doing this, I love doing this, I'm telling everyone about it, then you move up to sort of trying more ambitious things. And I think at that point you probably have a choice to make, which is data viz is this broad church. You can make infographics, you can make interactive charts, you can make animations. Once you decide you like it, at that point you work out, all right, I'm never going to be able to do all of those things. What do I specialize in? If realistically most of the data you use is geographical, then just focus on getting good at interactive maps, and that in itself is a full-time exercise. But if you actually like making explainer animations, trying to persuade the general public what 41 billion liters looks like, then learn After Effects. But I'd start with a tool you're comfortable with. If you love it, then graduate to the tricky stuff. Hope that's helpful. that's what we all do, but that's how we started out.
That was great, and we'll definitely make sure that we share the slides that you had at the end there with all the links to useful resources and tips and things afterwards. And I'm sure we'll be following up with you. There's lots of people commenting that they found the talk really helpful and interesting.
Oh, great.
So that's great. So thanks very much, Adam, for your time and for sharing your expertise with us this morning.
Oh,
great.
No problem. Thank you for having me. See you again.
Thanks. So we're now going to move on to our first lightning talk session of the day, and we're going to be hearing about developments with the CABA data package, and then we've got 3 talks from Stormwater Shepherds, the Environment Agency and the Constructed Wetlands Association, looking at data and evidence to support nature-based solutions to address road runoff, water resources and water quality. So we won't have a Q&A after this session, but you can still ask questions to our speakers using the Q&A function, and they can just respond with comments through that. Okay, so I'll hand over to Becca to play recordings. Thanks.
Hello, my name's Heather Bell, and today with my colleague Catherine McArath, we're both GIS analysts at the Rivers Trust. We're going to be talking to you about the new CABA data package version 6. In the spring, our colleague Alison asked you what you wanted from the CABA data package, and from these results we discovered that most people want an online or hybrid option of the CABA data package, and actually only about 10% of respondents wanted all of the data to be on desktop GIS. Some users also wanted to be able to access the data without using any GIS software. So we listened to you, and the CABA data package version 6 is going online. And what does this mean for you? So you'll be able to view all of the publicly available data in one map without any GIS software using our new app on ArcGIS Online. You'll also be able to access the restricted data as a CABA host partner using an Esri login. There'll be thematic view collections in one map, such as flooding or carbon capture, online without logging in. And the data package will also be available as an ArcGIS Pro project for those who prefer an online or an offline desktop version. An updated user guide will also be available. We asked you what you wanted, and you said that you wanted structured training. So we plan to run and record 2 structured training sessions after the release of CABA version 6. We'll also signpost you to our current training materials on the new web app, and we'll also send you links to our bite-sized how-to sessions which are on the catchment-based approach website. So what's the plan? By Christmas you'll be able to access the user guide, ArcGIS Pro project and themed map views in ArcGIS Online. After Christmas you'll be able to access the full Experience Builder map and also the non-open or restricted data, which is going to be behind a login, and that is the Coal Authority data, for example, and SARGIS layers, which we can't share publicly. We're also adding over 30 new layers to this data package. I'm now going to hand you over to my colleague Catherine, who's going to talk you through the new web app.
Hi, I'm Kat McElraith, and I'm going to quickly show you the draft version of the online CABA data package version 6. So from the landing page, you can access the Explorer either using the top button or the button down here. The app that we've created has been set up using the same groups and subgroups of previous versions of the offline data package, so that should hopefully help those who are already familiar with those previous versions. The data package contains about 150 layers, and it's organised into categories such as opportunities, characteristics and actions. You can zoom around to your area of interest or click on the search button to go to a particular place. Just quickly to show you the setup, so we've got the categories and then the subcategories, and you can view these layers by clicking on the little eye symbol to visualize them. As Heather mentioned, we're also in the process of creating some themed groups of data layers. So we're aware that some users find this full data package overwhelming and would prefer a subset of the data package that focused on a particular theme. We started this process by creating a draft flood themed dataset. Data package, which I'll show you now. In future, we'll be adding additional themed datasets, such as an urban one and coastal, for example, but now we've just got the flooding one to start with. And in here you can see that we've got the same category groups, but when you look at the data sets within that category, they're limited to the opportunities that relate to flooding only. Finally, we have a guidance and training tab, which contains the user guide and a link to the CABA YouTube channel, where we'll have videos and tutorials related to the data package. As Heather said, the online version of version 6 of the data package is still a work in progress. This app isn't live yet, but we're hoping to get a version out before Christmas. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Jo Bradley from Stormwater Shepherd UK, and I'm going to talk to you about pollution from road runoff and how it's affecting your catchment. So this is a photograph of a discharge off a motorway in Leeds near Cleckheaton, and this outfall and outfalls like it cause pollution every time it rains. So the runoff contains a list of pollutants that you can see there. So microplastics from tyre wear particles are in that runoff in huge quantities, something like 63,000 tonnes a year of tyre wear particles are estimated to run off British roads, UK roads rather, into UK rivers and streams. And with the microplastic particles, you get associated toxins stuck to the particles. So they're poisonous in themselves, but they also carry with them poisons. And then you get toxic metals in particulate form from your clutch pads and your disc pads, and also dissolved metals, toxic metals in the water running off when it rains. And suspended solids in that runoff, so in that photograph there, you might expect 500 or 600 milligrams per litre of suspended solids in that discharge. So grossly polluted, worse than raw sewage every time it rains, and contributing to sedimentation on the bed of the watercourse and impact on spawning grounds and invertebrate populations. But then the one thing that really keeps me awake at night are the polyaromatic hydrocarbons. These guys are in that water grossly in excess of the EQS probably every time it rains for a busy road. They are carcinogenic, they're mutagenic, they are bioaccumulative, they affect the reproductive success of the insects in the watercourse. They're phytotoxic, so they're nasty, insidious little pollutants that don't kill anything straight away, they kill it later. So we look at a watercourse like that and we go, yeah, it gets dirty every time it rains, but there's no evidence that it's causing pollution because nothing's dead. But actually, it's not about dead. It's about this long-term insidious effect on the ecosystem of the river. And it's affecting the microscopic fauna, the microscopic flora, the fungi, the insects, the invertebrates, and everything else that's living in the river. So it's having a massive effect. We simply aren't measuring it. And on some catchments, some of your catchments, this will be a significant cause of water quality failures that simply isn't being measured and recorded. But I'm not going to be all doomy and gloomy. We can fix this. So there are loads of things on the market and loads of techniques and strategies for treating road runoff. Things like grit separators and obviously treatment ponds. So if you've got some space and you've got some money, we can fix this. So don't go away thinking that Jo Bradley just tells us stories of misery all the time, because we do have a solution. But what you need to do on your catchment is work out which highway outfalls are worthy of a treatment scheme. How do you persuade a highway outfall owner to spend money on a treatment scheme? So look first for roads with a traffic density above 30,000 annual average daily traffic. So busy roads, trunk roads, motorways and arterial roads. Look at roads where there's a huge catchment discharging into a stream or river. So steep hill, big hill, bottom of the river, the bottom of the hill will be a river. Those outfalls will be the worst. Heavily congested roads, areas where vehicles are manoeuvring, where people are parking overnight, all these things affect the pollutant load. So have a look at your map and your catchment and find those roads. And then think about the rivers they're going into. So are they going into a river with a sensitive species living in there, or are they going into a teeny weeny little stream? And then start to think about which of our outfalls are most likely to be our priority outfalls on our catchment. And then map them and start gathering some evidence. And this doesn't need to be difficult or expensive. It can be photographs, it can be videos, it can be suspended solids measurements, which are fairly cheap. It can be PAH or microplastic data, but that's expensive and it's quite difficult to get. But also invertebrate counts. But try and look at the health of the invertebrates rather than just the numbers of the invertebrates, because that makes a difference. And sediment sampling is fabulous, but it's expensive. So once you've got that data, you've got this evidence and this information, bring pressure to bear on the outfall owner. Tell them there's a problem. Tell them what the solution is. Talk to them about working in partnership and finding better solutions. But make sure they have a plan in place for long-term maintenance. They are honest about the level of pollution in their outfall. And remember that they can't just get off the hook by saying they've done some sort of Water Framework Directive assessment and they don't think their outfall is causing a problem. Pollution of a watercourse is a criminal offence. It's up to the regulator to decide whether or not the outfall is causing pollution. So make sure you get an honest assessment of the impact of the outfall on your river. Thank you very much. I thought it was very quick. Give me a shout, send me an email, give me a call. I'd love to chat about this more. Thank you very much.
My name's Andrew McKenna-Jeffs in the Environment Agency Water Resources team. I'm going to introduce some work my colleagues and I have been involved in to inform spatial prioritisation of nature-based solutions for the specific outcome of increased ground and surface water resources. In outline, the project aims are to create GIS layers that indicate the most effective areas for potential groundwater recharge using nature-based solutions and provide information to support spatial prioritisation of those solutions. Alongside that, to identify areas of constraint where implementation of these actions should be avoided. Once implemented in the right locations, the intended outcomes are increased water infiltration rates in soils, improved groundwater recharge rates, aquifer storage and river base flows. The project will provide 4 output layers. Firstly, a recharge potential layer, which I'll describe in the following slides. Secondly, a consultation zone layer. This is a buffer around sensitive areas where consultation with the Environment Agency will be essential. Thirdly, a no infiltration zone, where certain types of deeper below ground works must be avoided to protect the water quality of public water supply boreholes. And fourthly, a tree planting only zone. This is an area where evidence indicates native broadleaf tree planting can be promoted to reduce nitrate levels in groundwater. Focusing now on the recharge potential layer. This is a combination of 3 data sets. Firstly, a simplified and modified hydrology of soil types layer to represent the hydraulic connectivity of the soil zone. Secondly, a simplified groundwater vulnerability layer, and this is split into 6 categories as illustrated on the map. The third main component layer is the Environment Agency's standard water resources availability map at the Q70 percentile. This is derived from the water resources GIS model and identifies where water resources are most under pressure. Alongside these 3 main layers, we've also included a number of constraints layers, and you can see those listed on the slide. This table sets out the main attribute categories of the 3 components behind the recharge potential layer. The final map is derived by adding these scores spatially. Here is a draft version of the recharge potential map. This shows 3 priority categories. The final version we produce will show 10 priority categories. Finally, it's important to point out that this mapping has limitations. The recharge potential layer should be used as a starting point for more local study and consultation. It doesn't identify the type of measure that should be installed. so there will be need for assessment by the landowner in collaboration with local experts. The mapping layers may not show all the sites of historical pollution that need to be avoided. This mapping is work in progress and will be improving it over the next 6 months. We would welcome your feedback. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Simpson and I sit on the Constructed Wetland Association Committee. I just wanted to give you an update on an initiative between the CWA and the Rivers Trust, and that is developing some wetland design guidance, particularly for wetlands that are constructed to improve water quality. As I'm sure you're all aware, there's been a general loss of wetlands across our landscape in urban and rural areas. And this has meant impact on biodiversity and also the important ecosystem services that wetlands provide to us. Now, there has been kind of an opportunity to put wetlands back into the landscape, but currently there are a number of poor regulatory drivers that are not giving great support to this initiative. And in terms of guidance for designing wetlands, particularly for water treatment and water quality improvements, there's a real lack of adequate design guidance at the moment. And this is really resulting in wetlands being designed and going through the planning process that probably won't even improve water quality, but certainly will not deliver multiple benefits, which is what we all want. So the regulatory drivers that are providing an opportunity to put wetlands back into the landscape are nutrient neutrality, carbon offsetting, biodiversity, net gain. But unfortunately, these are kind of single issue opportunities, and it's not often that you get all of these together, and it certainly is pushing the design of wetlands to just focusing on a single issue and not trying to achieve the multiple benefits that we all want. So nutrient neutrality has come up as a real opportunity for building wetlands, particularly to obviously remove phosphorus and nitrogen from water. But at the moment, the design guidance is very weak, and it really is resulting in the design of wetlands which are not going to achieve the multiple benefits. So the Constructed Wetland Association and the River Trust have come together to improve the design guidance and hopefully improve the delivery of the design of wetlands to achieve some of those regulatory opportunities, but also to deliver multiple benefits. So the design guidance that the working group are working on at the moment will provide design approach that achieves water quality improvements, particularly as part of a wider catchment approach, and will have design guidance for how to achieve these multiple benefits so there aren't any missed opportunities. So the working group is working on 3 major outputs at the moment. The first is a position statement, which we hope will be out shortly on behalf of both organisations. Wetland design guidance, and we're hoping that we'll have the first kind of working draft of that available by the end of the year. And we're hoping that that will be in an online format. And then finally, there'll be a training program developed to support the implementation of the design guidance. If you want any more information on this, please contact myself or John Brewington at the Rivers Trust, and we can give you more information. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much to our speakers there, and I can see there's been some discussion going on in the chat, so please continue that throughout the day and networking. So we just ran over there slightly, but we are going to take a 10-minute break now, so if everybody wants to go away and get refreshed and come back and join us at 11:20 for our next session. Thank you. Hi, so welcome back everyone, and I'd just like to introduce Glenn Cooper from Natural England. So Glenn is chair of the CABA Biodiversity Working Group and also Natural England's Lake Restoration Lead, and he's going to chair this next session on data and evidence to support nature recovery and biodiversity. So thanks, Glenn. I think you're just muted at the moment.
Right, hi there, thanks Lucy. Yeah, I'm just going to try and share my screen, hopefully it'll work.
It keeps coming on.
Is it on?
Now. Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay, sorry, let's lose the view there. Right. Yes, well, morning everybody. I'm Glenn Cooper, I'm a senior advisor in Natural England, and I lead the Lake Restoration Programme, but alongside that I also chair the CABA Biodiversity Working Group. And in a minute, I'll give a brief summary of what that group is and what it does. I'm really pleased to be chairing this session on the use of data and evidence. It's something that the Biodiversity Working Group has put a lot of effort into and resource, working with Lucy and her colleagues at the Rivers Trust and CABA nationally. Now, looking ahead at this session, we've got a really good diverse range of speakers. Lucy, can you see that slide okay?
Yep, that's fine.
That's great. And you can see we've got a good range of speakers there. I'll ask people to ask questions in the Q&A function rather than the chat, and I'll keep track of those. Speakers can respond to that if they want during the call or during the webinar, but otherwise you can keep them to the end, and there'll be a plenary session at the end where we can wrap everything up in Q&A there. So perhaps by way of introduction, I'll just talk very briefly about the CABA Biodiversity Working Group. And what this is, it's an expert technical group that is made up of any NGOs and statutory agencies who all have an interest in restoring biodiversity of water and wetlands. And really the key aim of the group is to do a number of things, which is to develop advice and information on biodiversity recovery and support the catchment partnerships in that. We try and share and promote that information on effective restoration management and showcase the work of partnerships. And we also try and raise awareness of issues that affects biodiversity in catchments, which is, moving on to inform river basin planning, the 25-year environment plan outcomes, and the strategy for nature. And we have a role advising kind of across the piece on both technical and policy issues that influence the management of catchments. So in a nutshell, that's what the group does. You can find more information about us on the CABA webpage. It's got its own working group, and there are links from that where you can find out what we do and some of the products that we've produced. So without further ado, I'll move on to, we can move on to Matt Lowe from Natural England, who'll be talking about data and evidence to support the local nature recovery strategies. So over to Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt Lowe, and I'm going to take you through where we are at the moment with local nature recovery strategies. Just quickly, I want to go over what a local nature recovery strategy is. They're going to be a system of spatial strategies for nature. They're going to be 50 or so of them, and they hopefully will form a completely seamless England-wide network. They'll be owned by responsible authorities who are generally going to be upper tier local planning authorities. So for the first time, we should see integrated spatial planning for biodiversity embedded alongside the other land use duties that LPAs exercise, and also alongside other spatial strategies such as river basin management plans. It's crucial that the LNRS is locally led across as broad stakeholder foundation as possible. Therefore, very keen that local people buy into this process and support it and own it. So they want to be able to show that people can make inputs and see the actual result of those inputs coming through the process and out at the end of the LNRS, within the LNRS's content. One aspect that we're not going to go into really is the sort of textual workings outside of the document, which is called a statement of biodiversity priorities. But the key output, which I'm going to talk about in terms of the data that goes into it, is the local habitat map, which is essentially an opportunity map identifying where measures based on what local people and local NGOs, ENGOs, and the local conservation community think are the priorities for addressing nature recovery and nature-based solutions and benefits that can be delivered through the biodiversity positive outputs of the LNRS. The information that goes into a LNRS is in two sort of lumps. There's the data which is going to be provided by the Secretary of State, which is described under clause 108 in the bill at the moment. The number keeps changing. The main part of this is called the National Habitat Map. It basically is going to give national coverage of open data, main component being designated sites, as you can see on the slide, SSIs, SACs, etc., the usual suspects. A habitat map, which could be Living England, or it could be a product such as CEH's land cover map. There'll be some sort of OS-based mapping defined, and also other data which we're still working on. This will be data that still has to be held by the Secretary of State, has to be open data, but it's all in discussion at the moment. Things like the ancient woodland inventory, that sort of data. And those data sets are what form the basis of the local habitat map that I mentioned on the last slide. Other data that the Secretary of State is going to provide will be areas, as you can see, they're called areas that could be of greater importance for biodiversity, or they could provide biodiversity and other environmental benefits. This is essentially nature-based solutions, so a data set that you could think of there would be the working with natural processes data set. All of those data sets that are provided also need to contribute to the network, to the nature recovery network. And finally, there's a bit of a catch-all requirement, which is for the Secretary of State, if they hold data that they think would help a responsible authority with the LNRS, they have to provide that. And I mean, the interesting thing about that is that it doesn't have to be mapped data, it can be textual documents, guidance documents. At the moment, DEFRA and Natural England, Environment Agency, Forestry Commission are discussing which data sets are going to be provided. We don't want to provide too much data. We don't want to try and push too much onto the responsible authorities by swamping them with data. How will it be provided? At the moment, Natural England are working under a commission from DEFRA to produce a portal which will host the data, allow it to be downloaded by the responsible authorities that we cut to their boundaries. That's got to be ready by March 22 for LNRS rollout. And then the following financial year, 2022-23, there are plans to enhance the portal, give it some more functionality, and also hone some of the data that's being provided. In local terms, the responsible authority will be able to bring data that they think is locally relevant data into the process. That can be local data that they're gathering or national data, so it doesn't have to be completely local in origin. It can be data that's national but hasn't necessarily been supplied under the data from clause 108 on the last slide. So that could be better priority habitat data, local wildlife site data, nature reserves, various data sets from the ENGOs, all the sorts of local data that most of you are going to be familiar with. Important to say that opportunity mapping is going to be part of the mix. It's there though as decision support. So data sets like Natural England's National Habitat Network or Forestry Commission's Woodland Network, and also local work that's been carried out already for nature recovery, biodiversity opportunity areas. All of those sorts of data sets are the ones that DEFRA want to be treated as evidence and decision support data for the LNRS process, and not as a fait accompli decision made, just rubber stamp it. So yeah, very important that all of the local stakeholders feel that they've actually had a role in coming up with that map that's the local habitat map. Okay, pilot feedback. Well, there was a lot of feedback from the pilots, but I think my top 4 observations here are: too much data could stifle the process. You got to a point of diminishing returns. Yeah, less is more at times, especially considering that these LNRSs are producing strategic opportunity maps rather than detailed delivery maps. Needing to understand where you were heading with the data. The process was being sort of created during the pilots, but now we know that the decisions that are made about what data to use and how to use it and deploy it are much more efficient when you've got a good picture, search image of what it is that you're producing. Just supplying data to a partnership isn't good enough. You need to be able to explain the strengths and limitations, and ideally show potential uses, illustrated with case studies if possible, just to give people a really good sense of what that data can be used for. And finally, a more general one, which is that the pilots came to understand that the first iteration of an LNRS is probably going to be imperfect, and that as it's reviewed and revised, data is going to probably improve. There are new data sets that are going to come on stream in the years after the first LNRSs are created, which will make the next ones better. And it's very much a part of the LNRS process to iterate and improve upon each iteration. Okay, how can Cabadata fit into this model? Having just recently seen the prototype biodiversity portal, I think they're an excellent mechanism for bringing focused data to bear. The explanation and the illustration through examples is just what we probably want for the LNRS as well. Saying that, we think that there'd be a lot of potential for the CABA portal to sit alongside this Clause 108 portal, the National Habitat Map, DEFRA supplied data. It's going to follow a similar design. Some of the data is going to be the same stuff. So cross-linking between the two is pretty much desirable, I think. The final thing really is to say that it's important to remember that the LNRS are strategic documents. The level of detail that maybe a lot of you are dealing with in catchment partnerships is going to be much more applicable to the delivery phase of LNRS, which it hasn't really been scoped out yet. It's something that will come, and everybody knows that they need to move from producing these strategic opportunity maps into delivering something, but that's to come. But the portal data sort of bridges that gap from strategic data through to quite detailed localized data that's going to, I think, really help take the LNRS's strategic opportunities and push them through to on-the-ground delivery. Final slide is just a couple of things, really. There's a consultation which is open until the 2nd of November. Hopefully someone can get this link out to you properly. Do have a go at it and get your views into that consultation. Also worth mentioning that the introduction to the consultation has some really good information, and then there's links within it to other useful pages. And keep up with the bill. I mean, these clauses keep changing their numbers, but there's useful stuff in there if you haven't looked at the bill, particularly in the sort of biodiversity section. And then when it gets published, the Act, and then at some point later, but before March 22, there will be the statutory guidance and regulations that really fill in the detail on how the LNRS are going to actually work. So I hope that was useful. Thanks for listening. Cheers.
Hello everyone, I'm going to talk about the Local Nature Recovery Strategy pilot, which took place over 6 months from October to March, April, this last winter. We produced 4 web maps. Unfortunately, I haven't got time to go into the whole background of the LNRS, but the first one was outlining the existing areas for nature in the county. And we used a story map format, which was really well received by DEFRA. We used 5 sort of habitat themes for the county: coastal, grasslands, peat and heath, rivers and wetlands, woodland, trees and scrubs. And we combined those national data sets with local data sets like the local wildlife sites. There was a bit of a tension, and it's more in other counties, whether there was 5 pilots across England, because the local wildlife sites data set is commercially sensitive, and this might be a bit of an issue for full local nature recovery strategies. I don't think it's resolved yet. Anyway, I'm going to tell you about the 4 web maps we did. This was the first one, the story map. The second one was priorities, then opportunities, and a marine map. So here's the priorities map. And again, we used the same 5 themes, but now we were starting to introduce some buffers around some of the important habitats with the aim of increasing the size of those for scarce and fragmented things, like sand dunes, for instance, the potential for rollback, or 200 metres around ancient woodland areas, a sort of expansion, ancient woodland management. This all needs developing further. Obviously, in 6 months, we didn't have time to do a full LNRS. There was a bit of a tension because obviously locally we wanted to add a lot more to the map than the brief guidance that was given to us, and also the idea that nature recovery can happen anywhere. So we came up with this opportunities map using the 11 character areas in the county as a sort of tool for landowners. The idea being that you could click on the areas where your farm was and still find nature recovery elements to do that were outside of those limited nature recovery zones I talked about before. Now, the 4th one we did was a marine map. Marine coastal wasn't part of the guidance, anything below low water mark, but the partners really wanted to include it, so we had to do a 4th sort of separate web map for that. Okay, we have highlighted some data gaps in our process, which is what I really wanted to talk about. Phase 1, habitat mapping, is the first one, local wildlife sites, and the priority habitat inventory. I don't think I'll have time to talk about the other 3, but maybe as part of the panel at the end. Just to remember that the spatial process is only as good as the data behind it. So this isn't a case of mapping just for the sake of it. There's been a long-running issue in the county of some of these mapping data sets lagging behind, which I'll try to show you. So, for instance, phase 1 habitat mapping, and especially some of the rare grassland sites we think are missing from this. The national park was surveyed 20-30 years ago, and they were all scanned in, and that's held digitally. These green areas were surveyed in the late 90s, the early 2000s. They still only exist in paper form. They've never been scanned in or digitized. There's 115 of them based on 5 kilometre squares. So this leaves all of this Burgundy area of the county, which probably has no phase 1 habitat map, and we know there are some important sites and habitats in that area. Unless it's owned by some of these partners, Northumbrian Water or the National Trust, for example. So I'm starting to take away from the Burgundy these green areas. And then we could fall back on the priority habitats inventory, but there are still important sites and habitats in those areas that have no survey, as well as the paper bits in the lowland part of the county. So just thinking about peat areas, for instance, all of these could be really important peat sites, but they're not mapped properly. They would need looking at further. Thinking about local wildlife sites, I thought they would all have phase 1 habitat data, but it turns out they don't. Some of them may have, but it's still in paper form, held in filing cabinets. And of course, they should all have a 5-year review. I'm interested to know out there if anybody on this call has an advice for a better system. It is a database that needs to link to a map. This is a really difficult piece of work for record centres and wildlife trusts because it's historically been under-resourced and yet now is seen to be very important through the LNRS process. For instance, one site we're aware of exists in the database, but we have no GIS of it and we're still looking for the paper record. So 75 out of the 209 have no habitat data, and that's about 25% of them by area. Then one of the partners did some field work over the summer near the coast, just back from the coast, some important grassland sites. So these orange places he thinks would qualify for the priority habitats inventory. And here is the existing priority habitats inventory. So we're becoming aware of places that we know should be added. And it's a matter of using our remaining months before the real LNRS starts of trying to get these forward through to the LNRS. That's me. I was going to talk about more, but in 5 minutes, I don't have time.
Hi, my name's Siobhan. I'm a Catchment Partnership Officer for the Bristol Avon Catchment Partnership. And I'm talking to you today about the water recovery network that we created in collaboration with the West of England Nature Partnership. So the context for this is that the West of England Nature Partnership and the Catchment Partnership operate in really similar areas. You can see from the map, the green is the Nature Partnership, but we're different partnerships. So our partners, there's quite a lot of overlap between the two groups and they're keen for collaboration, so they avoid duplication where possible. So we do a lot of things together, such as our agricultural group and this work. The original Nature Recovery Network mapping was produced by external consultants for the Nature Partnership, and the grassland and woodland layers were really good. But we found that we were being contacted by local authorities who were using the wetland layers to maybe make interventions or make decisions. And there was kind of a moment where we were like, well, hold on a minute, I think we could provide better data that would allow for them to make more joined up decisions that would make more sense. So we put a bit of a task and finish group together to do this. And this included various partners as well as the local authorities. So we had the Environment Agency, the Water Company, the 2 Wildlife Trusts and the Rivers Trust as well. And the group identified 3 key issues that should be addressed through the water recovery network. And these were declining water quality and its effect on habitats, declining and fragmented river ecology, biodiversity and riparian habitat, and a lack of resilient and nature-based solutions to address flooding and future water resource challenges. So we had a lot of a bit of a journey about what data we could use and the kind of considerations we needed to look at there. And a lot of this was about licensing and whose data we could share with who and what uses were acceptable and what weren't. And we also wanted the data sets to be accessible because there was a wide audience. These were publicly accessible, but also would be used on local authority GIS systems and could be used to make decisions. So we needed it to be accessible and easy to use. And we wanted to make sure we were addressing the right issues and it was appropriate at that kind of quite zoomed out scale that nature recovery networks work at. So the data sets we finally agreed on were a water strategic network, which just covered the rivers, the lakes and the wetlands that were already existing in the area. And then we looked at water quality and ecological status. So we used the WFD overall water body status for this. And that's just shown on the map there in the kind of the orange and yellow in the background. So that was trying to get people to think about more than just the connectedness, about the water quality as well, and what was affecting that on land. And then we looked at river barriers data, so we combined quite a few different data sets for that. And we also cross-checked this with our local rivers trust to check they had the same data. And we looked at floodplain connectivity, which was the working with natural processes, floodplain reconnection potential, which was looking at joining up different habitats and creating more flow diversity, which would provide habitats for a wider range of species. And also, through building resilience to flood risk, we were looking at indicative wetland opportunities. And for this, we used EA Flood Zone 2. Again, it was really only to be used at this kind of quite large scale, rather than zooming in and looking at where exact potential things should be happening. It's just to give an idea that, okay, we could create a much more naturalized flow by maybe putting in some interventions here. So we created an explanatory document alongside this, which covered a wide range of things, including the gaps in the data. So really hammering home the importance of local knowledge and site visits, and that these are national data sets and we just need to use them with a bit of caution. And that there's no single source of data on what fish and invertebrates are present in the river. And from this work and from some other work we've done around the catchment, we've set up a fish recovery task group who are looking at data on fish and invertebrates in particular. And this has included doing some eDNA work, so looking at fish DNA around the catchment, which was funded by the Catchment Partnership. And we also wanted to make sure that people were looking at the water network as beyond the west of England, so it's not just something that can be looked at that scale. It's the Catchment Partnership is covered, the west of England kind of covers the bottom half of our catchment, so we need to be addressing these issues further upstream if we want to address things like water quality in the west of England area. And we also looked at examples of what a healthy blue network could look like in rural and urban settings, and provide some kind of example interventions that people could carry out if they were interested. So we've got some kind of future aspirations for this. We're very aware it's not a finished product and it's not perfect, but we'd like to see some improved data available for sharing, and particularly we'd like to put together some data sets on potential improvements to fish barriers, working with the Environment Agency. And there's likely to be some government guidance about what should actually be included in the nature recovery networks. There'll probably be a future iteration of this based on that as well. And it would be great to see some consistency across other nature partnerships. So there's another nature partnership in the top half of our catchment that we'd like to work with as well, do something similar. And it would be great to see some suggestions from other catchment partnerships too, to see what they've done and see if we can improve this. So thanks for listening. I've put a link to my email there in case you want to talk about any of this further or have any suggestions about how we can improve it. And also a link to the interactive mapping and explanatory document, which I'll also try and share maybe in the chat as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Lucy Butler, part of the CABA technical support team, and I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the new CABA Biodiversity Data Hub that we've been developing in collaboration with the Biodiversity Working Group. Okay, so I'm now going to give you a quick tour of the resources. You can find them on the CABA Open Data portal at data.catchmentbasedapproach.org. And if you click on the Working Groups tab, this will bring you to the page where you can find our themed resources. So as you scroll down, you can see the urban data resources, health and wellbeing, coasts and estuaries, and then we come to the biodiversity ones. So from here, one of the first things you can do is browse through the biodiversity data catalogue. You can access and download the layers from here, and this currently includes about 70 GIS layers related to biodiversity, delivery and restoration of natural processes. And these layers were identified by the CABA Biodiversity Working Group, who undertook a review of the CABA data package last year. We've then got the Biodiversity Data Explorer, which is a simple web app that allows non-GIS users to create simple maps using the data. You can join the CABA Biodiversity ArcGIS online group, so you can more easily search for data in your desktop and online GIS if you're already an Esri user. We've got a link to the CABA Biodiversity Pack and also a link to a story map that will be coming soon. Okay, so I'm now going to give you a quick demo of the Biodiversity Data Explorer. So when you open the app, you can see there's various icons around the screen to help you create your map. So first thing you can do is go down to this button down here and search through the whole biodiversity data catalogue, but there's still quite a lot of layers in there. So we've also split out the data into different categories. So this is based around the structure of the CABA data package with opportunities, issues, characteristics, etc. But we have also split out the opportunities data a little further, as most of the layers were under that heading, just to make it a bit easier to find the data. So we've got data on issues and status, SSI condition, WFD classification. There's data on the location of designated sites. We've then got information on priority habitats, important areas, and also the habitat network mapping, both the combined and individual layers from Natural England. We have just recently added the river and stream and lake restoration priority layers that Chris Mainstone is going to be talking about in a moment or two. There's data on opportunities related to climate change and resilience, the riparian shade data and working with natural processes layers from the Environment Agency, and also some information on peaty soils from Natural England. There's the Natural England natural capital layers. There's information on opportunities for coastal habitat restoration, and then we've got data on characteristics, predominantly land cover and soils, information on where actions are taking place, citizen science data, and base mapping data. It's also worth saying you can add data from the whole CABA data package if there's any of the layers that we haven't included that you particularly want to look at as well. So once you've found some layers of interest, if you just click add, that will load them to the map. And it's worth saying that you might need to zoom in for some of the layers until they become visible. So that's the same for the SSI data. We've also added some additional tools to the app just to help you. So there's an add local data function. So you can add data from your own ArcGIS online account, from a URL such as WMS service, or from files such as a CSV file. Simple measure tool, a swipe tool that allows you to swipe data on and off, which can make it easier to compare underlying data sets. Select tool, so you can pull out data for your local area of interest, and also a print function. You can also view the attribute data and do things like change the base mapping, view the legend, and turn your selected layers on and off. And finally, we're currently developing a supporting story map that will provide additional guidance and be structured around the CABA Biodiversity Pack to provide information on how the data sets in the Biodiversity Data Catalogue might be helpful in identifying opportunities to restore natural habitats and processes within key water and wetland habitats. The story map will also have links to case studies, webinars, and further resources.
Hi, my name is Chris Mainstone, and I'm going to give you a quick update on some data projects we've been doing under the Priority Habitat driver in Natural England. Just a quick recap on priority habitats. They're a big part of our commitment to the Convention on Biological Diversity, and they're enshrined in UK law. They include a wide range of river and stream types and lake types, and when you look across the piece, effectively all rivers and streams and lakes and also ponds fall within one definition or another, and our job is to try and focus attention on parts of the habitat resource where action is most needed and can do most good. So just quickly to paint a broad picture of our work on priority habitats, it's all based on a rationale that we published in 2016, the Freshwater and Wetlands Habitats Narrative, which is strongly focused on protection and restoration of natural ecosystem function in all its components: physical, hydrological, chemical, biological, It's also explicit about the needs of often neglected habitats, particularly headwater streams, small lakes, riparian habitats, and also linkages between freshwater habitats and wetlands in relation to naturally functioning habitat mosaics. There's three main elements of work we focus on. Priority habitat mapping. We've generated maps already, and we're continuing to work on those. I'm not going to go into detail about that today. Generating maps of restoration priorities, which is going to be a focal point of this presentation. Developing a new holistic framework for monitoring and evaluation based on naturalness of function, and I'll talk about that today. And then just to say, just to reiterate that there is a website that we developed which explains all of this work and provides the main opportunities to contribute and get involved. Okay, so restoration priorities mapping. This is all about capturing local knowledge on the best locations for restoring natural function to our rivers and streams and our lakes. These maps are important because they will feed into the Nature Recovery Network toolkit and also the targeting tool for the new environmental land management scheme that DEFRA intends to launch in 2024. The data portal on the FBA Priority Habitats website is the place to add data, and the big red button on the screen grab of that website is the thing to press to find out more about that. The work links to other Natural England work on mapping floodplain wetland mosaics and opportunities for restoring natural mosaics on floodplains. You were going to hear about that today, but nobody was available. But there will be more information coming out about that. We initially intended for this process to work via catchment partnership leads. That's proved quite difficult because of resourcing issues, really, on the part of partnerships, quite understandable. And as a result of that, we've broadened access to the data portal to make it possible for a wide range of people to input data, particularly local Natural England and Environment Agency staff who know their patches well, key NGOs, and also certain experts, mainly from academia, who have specific knowledge in certain areas. And all this is intended to take the pressure off catchment partnerships. But obviously, we would still want coordination by local partnerships, still encouraged. So if you can do that, that would be great. So in terms of engagement, it's fair to say that it's still early days in the development of these maps. We need a lot more involvement from local staff, be it catchment partnerships or relevant individuals. If you're in a catchment partnership, you're leading a catchment partnership, and you're wanting to get involved, then yeah, just get in touch either through the FBA Priority Habitats website or through myself or Ruth Hall, who leads on lakes. Just to say that you can see how the maps look at any particular point in time through the FBA website. This is a screen grab of the data display facility, and you can also look on the CABA Data Hub as well, because we live link the data through to that, and from there catchment partnerships can use the data on their individual pages. There's a bit more functionality on the FBA website, so you can see more detail about the individual measures being proposed. Before we leave restoration priorities mapping, just a few words about some other related work. The first area is around mapping river and stream types. We've got a couple of projects going on, which is helping us get a better picture of the spatial distribution of types that are related to the UK definition of priority river habitat. The first map in the top right relates to UK level modelling with predictive GIS modelling of a range of river and stream types, which is quite crude, but it'll give us a much better picture about the broad spatial distribution. And the bottom map relates to more detailed work we're doing on the chalk stream habitat resource linked to the National Chalk Stream Strategy. That's also working through the FBA Priority Habitats data portal. The idea of all this work is it will be used as a backdrop to the restoration priorities map for rivers and streams, and it will give us more information about how planned and also future restoration work relates to different types. And the second piece of work is it relates to work we're doing with the Environment Agency on the more targeting data sets, broad targeting data sets for identifying the best opportunities for restoring natural function to rivers and streams. There's various data sets we're looking at, but the idea is that these will provide a backdrop to the restoration priorities maps based on local knowledge, and will help to fill in the gaps so, so that we've got some information about where the best places are like to be everywhere. The idea is that these layers will be developed over the next few months and probably be available in the new year. Okay, that's restoration priorities mapping. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was the development of this framework for assessing habitat condition. This has been going on for some time now. It started with a sizable report, JP 016, and it's now being taken forward as part of the DEFRA 25-year Environment Plan Indicator Framework, and the specific indicator involved is called B6, and it's the natural functions of water and wetland habitats. And again, it's based on assessing naturalness of function across the national habitat resource in line with the freshwater and wetlands habitats narrative that I mentioned earlier. Focused on indicators of modification rather than direct indicators of natural function. Split into 4 components: hydrological, physical, chemical and biological. It is a national overview framework, but within that there's quite a lot of internal structure which will allow us to look at different parts of the habitat resource, and particularly small water bodies and individual river and stream and lake types. It's a very mixed data model using a variety of sources, leaning heavily on the Environment Agency's emerging national surveillance programme, but also various model outputs and citizen science and wherever we need to pull the data in from, really, to get a decent holistic picture of natural function. And on the right here, there's a list of the attributes that we're looking at the moment for rivers and streams, and split into the 4 main components of natural function. In terms of progress with the work, we've just produced a report. We've circulated it quite widely. If you haven't seen it, just drop me a line and I'll send you it. Most of the work to date has been done on the rivers and streams component, because that's where we've got the most data, and we've generated a concept for structuring the reporting of data. This wheel diagram that you can see on the right. We're doing more work on lakes and ponds over the rest of this financial year. And we're also looking to progress components on freshwater wetlands and transitional and coastal waters. This wheel diagram that you see, it takes a bit of getting your head around, and there's more detail in how to do that in the report. This one's for larger rivers. There's also a wheel diagram for headwater streams, and there will be separate ones for lakes and ponds. But at the end of the day, this is about trying to get show a complex hierarchy of data in a concise way, and you can look at different components of this wheel diagram for different purposes. In terms of uses of this framework, I mean, obviously a key use is in DEFRA's indicator framework for the 25-year environment plan, and it will be used to track changes in levels of natural function over time. Exactly how that's done at the moment is not clear. What level of detail will be used in that indicator. A lot of the detail of the data framework will be used more specifically in relation to developing new targets for restoration of freshwater habitats under the nature strategy that's being developed at the moment by DEFRA. And these are needed. These targets will be really important in making sure that action is focused on restoring natural function by removing anthropogenic pressures rather than having a focus on mitigating for those anthropogenic pressures, and also making sure that we're ambitious enough in terms of restoring highly naturally functioning systems, which is not a feature particularly of the Water Framework Directive, but needs to be a feature in biodiversity strategy, and particularly in headwater catchments where there's less focus in terms of WFD assessment and reporting. We're able to do that in this this biodiversity-led work. And it's not independent of WFD work. The idea is that it will add weight to WFD measures that are themselves aimed at restoring natural function. Okay, that's it. I'll just end with a list of references for you to all this work. I'm sure Lucy and Dave will be making these presentations available in some form or another, and most of these have got links that you can click on and get through to. Right, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Hi, if I could ask all the panelists to turn their videos on and their microphones as well, I guess. Everybody? Okay, so just let people know, and we're just extending the session a little bit just to give time for a few questions till about 12:20. So we've got a few minutes now to talk, and we'll wrap up with a voting poll from Lucy. Lucy, remind me if I forget to finish early in time. You can cut your butt in, please. A lot of questions coming in on the chat, and I was trying to keep up with them. And I think I'll try and pick the ones that I could see, because I don't think people were answering as we went. So first ones, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit. These are mainly about local nature recovery strategies. I suppose a popular one would be, will the local nature recovery strategies be used to direct investment into elms? And that was from Amanda Peer from Patterson. So will recovery strategies be used to direct investment into elms?
Well, the short answer is yes. I wouldn't say direct, target. The Elm or Future Schemes project is working on spatial prioritisation, is the term they would use. So the outputs of the local nature recovery strategies will become a key element in the prioritisation of scheme interventions, particularly through what used to be called mid-tier, which is called local nature recovery scheme. So there's a bit of a clue in the name of the scheme there. But obviously, as it's an open scheme, it can't direct the money. It has to be through competition. But yes, it will play a major role.
Okay, thanks, Matt. That's very helpful. Another one more specific, perhaps, which coming from Rob Rees, which was, how will nature recovery strategies reflect? And it's open to maybe other people can comment on this, but how will nature recovery strategies reflect and address improvements to dysfunctional urban fringe, which has potential but maybe fewer of the obvious building blocks, with a comment these areas must not be further neglected? Is there any thoughts about how the recovery strategies will implement things in areas on that urban fringe which may not have featured so far? Any thoughts from anyone on that?
Do you want me to go first?
Go for it, Matt, if you've got something.
Well, and one of the things about the local nature recovery strategies is that they are co-developed very much with local people's inputs. That's a key thing DEFRA want out of these. So that should mean that people have more say about areas that they care about, and to some extent that will cover some of those traditionally maybe by the sort of traditional conservation sector areas that tend to be neglected. So hopefully that will make a big difference. And we're working, the LNRS will have to address other existing strategies as well. So local green infrastructure strategies are something that Natural England's also working on at the moment. They will play into the local nature recovery strategies. And as well as ELM, the LNRS will be helping direct through a sort of uplift in the scoring system money from biodiversity net gain. And as biodiversity net gain is often related to development, which often happens in neglected urban fringe areas, there's likely to be a coming together of money interventions being focused by the LNRS through biodiversity net gain.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Matt. I just wondered if Siobhan or Abby, from a kind of, if you like, you've tried to develop these things in pilots and things, have got any thoughts on that? And if you don't, that's fine, but give you an opportunity to throw anything in.
No thoughts from me. Sorry, I think Matt did a great job there.
Okay.
If I could add to that, Glenn.
Oh yeah, please do, Ali. Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the reason we thought it would be useful to develop the CABA Biodiversity Hub now is that the data and the information held there would be a really useful resource for catchment partnerships and other practitioners, not just in thinking about catchment planning, but also how that links into local nature recovery strategies. And a lot of the layers that we sort of chose to feature in the data hub were not so much about the existing biodiversity, sort of what species and habitats are where currently, but a lot of it was more about the opportunity mapping, so opportunities for habitat restoration. I know that doesn't sort of have a specific urban fringe focus, but I think what I'm getting at is, we weren't just looking at what's good for biodiversity already. We wanted to look at the opportunities to enhance degraded sites and to link in with other sort of priorities such as green infrastructure and flood risk and so on. So I think that opportunity side of things is a sort of important part of that picture.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. And sorry, Lucy. Yeah.
Maybe going to follow on from Ali's point there to say that as part of that work, we were looking at adding some case studies to that and thinking about future support going forward. So maybe if that sort of urban fringe area is somewhere, we could maybe look at developing a case study for that type of area.
And also, just to sort of, if you like, to link into that, Ali, and I was going to ask you as well. I mean, as a in terms of deciding which of the data layers were featured in the biodiversity hub, you could perhaps say a little bit quickly about how we did that that side of things.
Yeah, sure. So we started by looking at the data that were in the existing CABA GIS package. When we worked through it as the biodiversity working group, we thought pretty much every single layer in there could affect biodiversity to a greater or lesser extent. So trying to pick out which ones to focus on was a bit tricky. So we decided to look at those, firstly telling us about the current biodiversity sort of species and habitats data, but then also those that picked out the opportunity side of things, as I was saying earlier. And as we were working through, we also looked at where any of those existing layers have been sort of updated or superseded since the original data pack was put together. So we were able to include a lot of newer work, such as the priority habitats work that Chris was just talking about. What I would finish by saying is that we want this resource to be useful to practitioners. So if when using the data hub, you identify layers that are missing, do get in touch with us, because we might be able to find out whether such layers exist and then get them added to the hub over time. So we'd really welcome any feedback from practitioners when they're using these data sets.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Sally. Another question that came in from Richard Chad, which is, I think was back to Matt's presentation. What is the reason for the LWS dataset being commercially sensitive?
That was Abby.
Abby, apologies.
That was
right.
me.
Sorry,
yeah.
Right.
In some counties, developers are charged for searches of that, and the funding then keeps the biodiversity record centres going, which just underlines the point that suddenly we're being asked for this very important local wildlife sites to be shown alongside national data in an LLRS, and yet, you know, it's put together on a shoestring. And I can see other people's comments about the phase 1, closest thing to it being the CEH land classification map. We only got access to that after the pilot's finished. A DEFRA funded project can now request a copy of that, a 2015 version, but still the partners feel, you know, there's important habitats are missing, some of those difficult to map ones, those grassland ones, and we're just being asked to show what is locally important nature biodiversity. We can't map the whole county. Well, you can if you believe it's all important. So you kind of have to do a filter, you know, these are the places either locally or nationally that everyone feels are important, and some of those are missing from the map.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's, that's a good point actually. It's a real potential real limitation on what might be feasible. Probably should just be conscious of time. Just picking up towards Chris Mainstone's presentation, which Ruth Hall from Natural England is here, sort of if you like, kind of answer questions around that as well. There's a question on from Jeff Roberts, which is, why are Natural England getting into freshwater habitat assessment? Isn't that the EA's job? I could have a go at that, Ruth, but do you want to say something?
Just busy typing an answer to that, but it'd be easier to say. So I would just say that Natural England has always led on a range of nature conservation aspects of freshwater habitat management, such as the designation and consents around freshwater SSSIs of rivers, of lakes, of wetlands, equally around the priority habitat driver that Chris was specifically speaking about, but also, for instance, all the things under the European Habitats Directive, where we aim to reach favourable conservation status, and a number of freshwater habitats are Annex 1 habitats. So we have to do work on that. And I think what's particularly hopefully came out of some of the work description there around the B6 indicator is it's trying to pick up some of those things which aren't covered by EA work on WFD, for instance, to get away from just those WFD classifications, which was what the question from Richard Chad was about, to pick up that kind of holistic view, which includes those connections between the water body and the terrestrial habitat as well. And we see the work that we do as being complementary rather than duplicating stuff. So for B6, for instance, we will use some data from WFD assessments, but where the WFD assessments don't include elements of the habitat that we need to look at, then we'll look at additional data. So yeah, we've always done freshwater work. We'll continue to do so, and we do it in a complementary manner.
Thanks, Ruth. That's really good. I think we're pretty much out of time, so I'm going to hand over to Lucy now to run her poll. Is that okay? Thanks. Thank you very much for all the panelists and the presenters. Excellent presentations, and we'll try and pick up the loose questions, by the way, that we didn't get to in the Q&A or the chat. Okay, so Lucy.
Yeah, thanks for that, Glenn. Thanks for hosting that session. So just to finish off, we just had a couple of quick voting questions that were put together by Matt Lowe to gather some further feedback on sort of current levels of understanding of the local nature strategies and data needs. So I am going to launch the poll now, and hopefully you can see that appear on your screen. So just to make you aware that your answers aren't anonymous, your name won't appear on the screen or in any documents that we publish, but we do just collect information on how people answered, because it really helps understand the sort of context behind the answers and who's answering in the different ways. So just go through the two questions that we've got. The first one is, how well do you feel you understand what a local nature recovery strategy is? And if you could choose one answer from, you've got an in-depth understanding, you've got a good understanding, enough for your needs, you have some understanding but would like to know more, you're aware but little understanding, or not at all. And then our second question is, in which areas do you think data could be lacking to support the local nature recovery strategies? This is multiple choice, so you can select all that apply. So we've got local habitat data, such as phase 1 habitat or local wildlife sites. Then national habitat data, such as priority habitat mapping and the floodplain mosaic mapping. Species data, could that be more available from things like local record centres? Targeting data that helps identify sort of opportunities where nature-based solutions could be applied, such as the working with natural processes data. Local opportunity mapping, or you don't know, or you can also make comments in the chat. So perhaps if you select any of those and there's like a specific data set that you think is lacking, if you just want to put that in the chat, we'll pick up those extra details. So I'm just going to now leave the poll open for a little bit longer if you answer both questions, and then if you click submit. So, and maybe just give us about 10 seconds more. And I shall just end the poll and share the results on the screen. So I don't know if Matt wants to join me back and make any comments on that. So in terms of how well do you feel you understand the local nature recovery strategies, about 50% said some understanding but would like to know more, and just under about 43% with good understanding, enough for my needs. So maybe a bit more sort of communication work there to explain the process a bit more. And then in terms of data that's missing, the sort of top one that we've got there is the local habitat data, which kind of picks up and follows on from Abby's talk there. And also, again, the sort of local opportunity mapping data. So maybe really focusing on that, those local data sources. So thank you for contributing to that. That's really helpful. And we'll pass those results through to Matt. Okay, so thanks for bearing with us. Sorry we've overrun a little bit this morning, but we're really keen to have time for the discussions. So just to close our session this morning, we've got our second lightning talk session, and we've got some great talks covering use of satellite and weather station data to visualise catchment connectivity, modelling insights to inform barrier removal, evaluation of the DEFRA 15 million NFM project, and use of 3D visualisations to take people on a virtual field trip of your projects. So again, we won't be having a Q&A session after this session, but you can still ask questions to our speakers using the Q&A, and they can hopefully respond with comments through that. So I'll now hand over to Becca to play the recordings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Westwood, and I'm the Catchment Engagement Manager at Anglian Water. I'm joined today by my colleague Gary Hodgetts, who's our Catchment Advisor for Essex and Suffolk. I'm going to be talking to you today about some of the ways in which we use data and the importance of it in evidencing our work within catchments to ensure that we deliver on our business purpose to bring environmental and social prosperity to the regions we serve through our commitment to love every drop. Geographically, we're one of the largest water companies in the UK, serving just short of 7 million people. To meet demand, we have abstractions of roughly 1,200 megalitres of water every day. As such, the catchments from which we gain our raw water resources represent some of our most pivotal assets. Due to the unique characteristics of these areas and their influence over raw water quality, the better we understand them and the more focused we can be in our proactive and reactive actions to issues relating to water quality. Targeting our resources in the catchments displayed on the map to help us find local solutions to local issues keeps our advice relevant and that much more likely to be adopted. Working in catchments alongside those whose business impacts on raw water before we abstract it allows us to reduce risks at source and limit the challenges involved in the treatment process. We're required to remove harmful chemicals from raw water to provide safe drinking water for our customers. However, in the case of some chemicals, this is challenging and becomes costly and energy-intensive process. As such, the knock-on effect for customer bills means that simply building additional water treatment capacity doesn't represent a sustainable option in the longer term. This point emphasises why catchment management plays a vital role for Anglian Water in managing the in-catchment-based risks posed to raw water quality. Our catchment data lifecycle, shown here, focuses on the development of catchment knowledge and understanding through monitoring and innovative use of existing datasets. Technological advance is allowing us a greater understanding of catchments at scale, and Gary will touch on several current projects we have running shortly. This greater understanding is often tested through on-ground interventions in collaboration with landowners and academics to generate local engagement with findings, which is crucial in translating into action. Findings are disseminated throughout the land management community by engaging in cross-sector working groups, CABA partnerships and professional associations, with the aim of leading to wider behavioural changes and reduced in-catchment risks to water quality through improved practice. However, in order for our catchment data cycle to be effective, we have a critical need to engage stakeholders within catchments to work with us on projects. Whilst we may have the datasets or resources required to deliver a project, experience has shown us that local engagement throughout the process is vital for our evidence to result in changing practices. We have many ways to engage with stakeholders. However, working within CABA groups, and particularly agri-focused subgroups of partnerships, has been an effective medium of engagement thus far. One method we have used to engage these groups is through on-farm citizen science programs. As an example of this, working with the Tow Facilitation Fund group in the headwaters of the Upper Ouse catchment, we distributed handheld phosphate monitoring kits to landowners within the group. The actual data generated by landowners wasn't important. The best outcome was actually the engagement of the group in the process and in the wider implications of the data that they were generating. This element is key in bringing stakeholders into the process to be part of the solution. Giving stakeholders data they own and information relevant to them was shown to benefit understanding and unlock considerable enthusiasm within the groups. It's clearly beneficial to ourselves as it increases our ability to get messages about the importance of water management and risk out into the catchment through established communication networks. It can also address some of the issues of trust and stigmas that exist within some stakeholder groups, which can be barriers to them working with the water industry. I'll now pass on to Gary, who will discuss some of our techniques that we're currently using to improve our understanding of at-risk catchments and where we hope they will benefit catchment partnerships and stakeholders.
Thank you, Sam. One way of understanding catchments is to collect and monitor parameters which help us identify cause and effect. Weather plays a huge role, not only on raw water quality and availability, but also land management and connectivity. Provision of local data through weather stations and remote sensors enables us to improve our internal forecasting of risks, but also tailor our external messages to be that much more specific to the conditions and pressures being faced by those managing land out in the catchments. To achieve this, we have worked in partnership with Agri and Riser to provide land managers with a free app to be able to keep track of local conditions and inform their land management decisions. You can see from the comments on the slide that this information is well received. However, it also keeps awareness and appreciation of the water journey and its many functions in the minds of those who can influence it. Working with environment systems, we are exploring the use of satellite imagery to identify fields with greater than a set percentage of unvegetated land. This data can be aligned with soil type and surface water pathways to aid the assessment of potential risks from soil losses plus any associated nutrients. For certain crops such as oilseed rape, identifying the cropped area provides us with the ability to assess the risk of seeing specific herbicides from those subcatchments. Utilising both sets of information, we can focus our resource protection measures and advice with key land managers, but also inform internal teams to help with abstraction management, which is our ability to turn pumps on and off and protect reservoirs. Using satellites has efficiencies for catchment advisor time and budgets while maintaining the ability to target resources, all of which benefit our customers and the wider environment. We are also trialling smart water meters with a company called Water, providing real-time data on a number of parameters within the watercourses themselves. This helps us monitor the upstream watercourse response to weather patterns, as well as identify where turbidity concerns and algal blooms arise. Finding the heartbeat of the river in this way and focusing on those key areas increases the overall positive effects from the proactive advice and resource protection measures being put in place. All of this data is only useful if it's being monitored and we're able to react to it. In the same way, catchment risks are only really a concern if there is connectivity to bring those risks down to vulnerable sites or abstraction points. For those reasons, we have worked with Meniscus, who have combined our internal data sets with the previously mentioned catchment data, as well as that which is publicly available, such as the Environment Agency's river flows. Connectivity change can then be monitored at a glance on a regional or local level. Taking this a step further, the Meniscus platform allows for key parameters like turbidity, land drain flow, or soil moisture levels to have specific thresholds put on them based upon their likely impacts, the scale of change from the local average, or the local treatment works ability. If these thresholds are met, the platform will flag those changes or forecasts, which may have the greatest effect on quality, and send an alert to help inform local decisions. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Josh Jones and I'm a researcher from Swansea University, and I'm going to give you some insights into some lessons we have learned from barrier removal modelling and eDNA sampling and what that might tell us about barrier passability and the impact of big dams. We surveyed a small catchment in South Wales. We walked every single kilometre of stream and we found over 290 barriers, all of them artificial. So, okay, say you have the opportunity to remove these barriers, how do you go about it? Which ones do you choose? Do you remove all the culverts? Do you remove the barrier that's most downstream? So there's lots of options. We used an optimization model developed by some colleagues at the University of Kent, and that takes into consideration the upstream habitat of each barrier and also the impact or the passability score for each barrier. So passability, very quickly, 1 means it's completely passable, 0 means it's impassable. So at 3 meters, nothing can get past, and so at 0 meters, everything can pass. And at 1 meter, maybe your moderate swimmers can get past a bit, the strong swimmers might be okay, but your weak swimmers certainly aren't. So rather than modelling each species individually, what if we combine all of the species and model them all at once? So the yellow line is if we model all species together and we use the model to get the optimum solution. So you can see as barriers are removed, available habitat goes up. And the blue line is if you did this at random, combining with combined possibilities, but you just pull them out at random. You can see it's nowhere near as good, but so it shows the optimization is working. But actually, what if we don't care about passability? Well, if we set all barriers to have the same impact, so say they all are all completely impassable, we get this orange line, which actually performs as well, if not occasionally better, than the scenario where we have to worry about, is it strong swimmer, are there weak swimmers present, which actually can be quite contentious, assigning a passability value to a barrier based on different swimming abilities. So the thing to take away from this is that actually, if you just focus on increasing the largest amount of habitat with your barrier removals or mitigations, then you'll probably come out with just as good a result as if you considered swimming abilities. So using eDNA, we sampled the Allier in France, it's a tributary of the Loire, and we took 3 litre samples of water every 50 meters of elevation increase. And we were looking for the effect of this large structure. So this is altitude on the x-axis, cumulative barrier height going upstream on the y-axis, and you can see there's one big structure here that's 17 meters tall. So this was dam built in the middle of salmon spawning habitat and is considered and assumed to have quite a negative impact on the fish community in this river. So the other plots show you species risk richness as it changes with altitude. So you can see it goes up, then you can see it goes down, and where it goes down you get this break in the trend where it goes up to going down. But in none of these graphs does this break occur where this large individual structure is, as people would have expected. And what our modelling showed us was that elevation, water velocity, and cumulative barrier density were all much more powerful explanatory variables than the position of just this one large dam. So this is the large dam in question, Putes Dam. It's 17 meters tall. This was it a few years ago, and this is it now. It's now 6.5 meters tall, and I don't know how much money they spent on it, but the argument could be, could they have spent that money on mitigating or removing other barriers or more smaller barriers in the rest of the catchment to achieve maybe a better outcome for biodiversity. So that's all I have time for. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Heather and I work at the Rivers Trust as a GIS analyst, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the Rivers Trust Natural Flood Management Database and lessons learned from the DEFRA £15 million NFM project. So the NFM monitoring and evaluation tool was developed to record NFM assets that were delivered as part of the £15 million government funding programme, which was released in 2016. 43 catchment projects and 32 community projects completed the programme, and monitoring of these projects is part of the 25-year environment plan. There's a link to the tool below if you need it for future reference. Between 2017 and 2021, these assets were installed across England, and currently we're assessing the evidence base for these in our evaluation report. So users added their data using this Survey 123 form that you can see here, and they updated their information in an ArcGIS online group. Here's a view of the NFM tool, and on it we have the different numbers of assets were installed, a map which includes the assets and the projects and the locations of them, and on the right you can see photographs which are of each NFM asset. So the database of NFM assets is a really valuable resource that we can learn from, and we have over 4,000 nature-based solutions in this database for NFM assets. For this we have location data, we have the NFM type, we have photos, and we have the storage in meters cubed, which is really important for flood modelling, for example. We also have a number of other information about each asset, depending on the asset type. So what are we going to do with data? We're currently evaluating the data to understand the extent to which NFM can reduce flooding or coastal erosion risk to homes. improve habitats and increase biodiversity, support and develop partnership working with and between communities, and contribute to research and development. Here are some preliminary results. So leaky barriers were the most numerous asset to be installed and cost on average £180. There were over 2,000 leaky barriers installed as part of the programme. Leaky barriers cost £10 per metre cubed of water storage, and 65% of these barriers had a moderate to high efficacy, by which we mean that they were thought to be put in the right place. Here's some results about where the assets were put or installed on the watercourse. So over 70% of assets were delivered on an ordinary watercourse, with only 11% within the wider catchment. And from this we're saying that catchment scale delivery upstream of the flood risk needs to be promoted. And in the future we're going to move to the NFM hub. This means that we're moving to an ESRI solution, which will be an improved longer term solution. It's going to be better for managing your own data, and we're going to include a maintenance logging app, which means that you'll be able to log how your assets have changed over time. This tool is going to be available to any organisation, not just limited to DEFRA funded projects, and we'll be able to provide you with an ESRI community licence per organisation. And now I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the NFM hub. This is going to be a very quick tour of the new Natural Flood Management Hub, and this is the landing page here. So you'll be taken here when you first come to the site, and you can see our progress so far. You can also explore our NFM projects across the UK, learn about natural flood management, and find out how to get involved with our community. And you'll need to register to use this hub. We do this so that you can actually have better management of your data and take ownership of it. And once you've registered, you'll then be able to go to the Manage Data page, where you'll see these boxes appear that will show you how to register your NFM assets, and then also how to edit them and how to add project benefits. We also have a page of resources here, which is in our guidance library. There's a page for the National Flood Forum as well, and here you'll be able to find your nearest NFM advisor. And you can explore this app. And for example, you'll be able to see where your nearest flood action group locations are and find information for those. There'll also be a help page where you can go through any previous webinars and NFM tool help and see our frequently asked questions. And finally, if you have any feedback for us, we really appreciate this. So let us know on info@catchmentbasedapproach.org.
West Cumbria Rivers Trust has now installed a wide variety of NFM features, and we want to showcase these for farmers, landowners, our partner organisations and our own staff to learn from. Of course, site visits are great, but this is not always possible due to time and resource limitations, access restrictions, and of course, COVID. For some features, it's been really hard to take photographs that showcase it well, such as this pond that's quite large and flat, and we're not really capturing that. And it can also be hard to really show how something fits into the wider landscape.
At Durham University, we had similar problems. We wanted to be able to show the students these kind of features as part of our teaching, but couldn't due to the COVID restrictions. So working with West Cumbria Rivers Trust, we developed a series of different kind of virtual experiences for the students. We're going to talk about two of those today. One is an aerial 360, so this is like Google Street View, but done from the air from a drone, so you can see the feature and how it sits in the landscape. And the other is the use of 3D models, whereby we kind of do reality capture of the site. So the example here is a debris dam, so the students can then explore that in their own time. I'm going to talk you through how to create these visualizations for your own sites. First, from how you capture the information in the field, how it's processed, and how to get it onto the internet. The first one we're going to do is the 3D model. So this uses an approach called structure from motion, and it's embedded with a piece of software called Metashape Pro. The first thing you need to do is to go around the scene and capture the feature that you're interested in from lots of different look angles with lots of overlap between those photos. We import those images into Metashape. It finds the links between them and can use that information to calculate the 3D model. So first it does the overview, the sparse cloud version, as you can see here, and then that can go through and be processed to a far higher level. I've sped up the processing. This can take quite a while, but once it's processed through, you can go through and automatically upload it to a web service called Sketchfab. So we'll go from Metashape up to Sketchfab, and there you can have it viewed on the internet, and that's easy to share with partners or share with students. The second approach is the Aerial 360. So for that, we were using a drone. In this case, it was a DJI Mavic Pro drone. And within there, it has a built-in feature to capture all the individual photos for the 360, the aerial photosphere. But you still need to process them together. So when it's in the air, it works its way around, takes all the different photos from different angles, and then we import those photos into a piece of software called PT GUI. That again finds the overlaps between the photos and creates this overview, as you can see here, which is an equirectangular image of that sphere. We can take that image and then, using the Street View app on a smartphone, we can upload that into the Google servers. That then comes up on Google Street View, as you can drop in with the Pegman, as you can see there.
So we've used the images that SIM has produced in a number of ways, including at farmer meetings, at catchment partnership meetings, and for our own internal staff. The images really capture the whole feature, as opposed to trying to take images on the ground. They're really easy to use in presentations. Having the Google Maps link is really handy for sharing the images. Having the aerial images also allows us to show how the feature fits into the surrounding landscape, which is really important for the public perception of our work, particularly if we're doing work in the Lake District World Heritage Site. So the landowners have loved having these pictures, and they've also been really useful for us to give to contractors, because being able to explore that 3D image gives them much more confidence about how to replicate a design than just seeing some static images of it.
The 3D models on the Google Street View have been well received by the students at Durham. We've used them with replacement for our first year field trip and also with the master's level. One of the real positives about them is it's been really great to get the student to see a range of different places that aren't necessarily practical to see within one field trip. The debris dam example there you saw, it's a really great example, but actually it's quite tricky to get to in terms of the distance within our normal field trip. So to be able to show them that was really good. The students have appreciated these, but they always kind of have come back to the same comment that it's not a substitute for the real field trip. But my hope is in the future we'll be able to get a combination of more of this kind of 3D reality capture to show them a wider range of examples, but still visit the sites in person. We hope this brief overview has been useful. Obviously, there's a lot more to these methods and their uses than we can capture within this 5 minutes. But if you're interested, please get in touch and we can see if we can put together some other training or other information to help you apply these methods.
Okay, so thank you everyone. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all our presenters and panelists this morning for some great talks and input, and to everybody for asking the questions, and thank you for bearing with us, and apologies again for overrunning a little there. We're now going to take a lunch break so we can all rest our eyes from the screen and get suitably refreshed. So please join us back here at 2 o'clock for our afternoon session, when we'll be looking at health, wellbeing and nature, citizen science and monitoring, and taking a wholescape approach to catchment, coastal and marine management. So we'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome back everybody, and thank you for joining this afternoon session of the Catchment Data and Evidence Forum. So our first session this afternoon is on health, wellbeing and nature, which is a really important topic that's now receiving sort of growing awareness and attention from catchment partnerships. And we've got two fantastic talks this afternoon. First, we'll be hearing from Professor Miles Richardson from the University of Derby about nature connectedness and its importance for nature and human well-being. And then we've got a talk from Ellie Brown from Ribble Rivers Trust about the new CABA health and wellbeing evidence base. So we'll have a short Q&A after both talks, so please add your questions via the Q&A function. If you can make sure that you add questions via the Q&A and then keep the chat for comments and links, that would be really helpful. So I'm now really pleased to introduce our first speaker, Miles Richardson, who's a professor in human factors and nature connectedness and leads the nature connectedness research group at the University of Derby. So I'll hand over to Miles to share his screen. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and hello everybody. Just give me a moment to share my screen. I can't navigate and talk at the same time particularly well. There we go, and I will make that. There we go. Right, so I'll assume it all works. Someone can. Yeah,
that's great, Miles.
Yeah. So there we go. Yes, I'm at the University of Derby, as mentioned. This is a very, very quick talk, and you can find out more on my blog and at our website and on social media, as you can see there. So you know all this. There's a climate crisis, there's a biodiversity crisis. I'd like to think that our relationship with the natural world matters to our mental well-being, but unfortunately those show that our relationship with the natural world is failing. That 4:36 is 4 minutes 36. That's the time that typically most people in a UK city spend in nature each day, so not very much at all. So my specialism is nature connectedness, and that's basically a person's sense of their relationship with nature. It's an internationally recognized psychological construct. We can measure it using psychometric scales. We've managed to change it through interventions. And the important key thing to note is that it's different to contact and exposure to nature. It's not just about time in nature, it's about your sense of your relationship with nature. And when we can measure it, we can do science, and it's increasing in influence. It's included in the Gallup Wellbeing poll, for example. Sadly, though, bad news to share. The UK is not a nation of nature lovers. You can see on this chart there, there's a red arrow with the United Kingdom, and there's a relationship between nature connectedness and well-being there. We're in the bottom left, which is sad news, and we need to try and do something about. Nature connectedness also provides a different perspective, challenges some assumptions. So just looking at children's environmental education and ecological behaviours, quite often we're tempted to explain things, teach things, improve knowledge. Well, there's research that shows that explains 2% of children's ecological behaviours, whereas nature connectedness in that study explained 69% of ecological behaviours. Your relationship with nature is really important for how you treat it. So why does nature connectedness matter? It matters for pro-environmental behaviours. So there's been 75 studies with 27,000 people that's shown a strong link between nature connection and pro-environmental behaviours, as well as evidence that nature connection causes pro-environmental behaviours. That's an important link. And the second key aspect is why nature connectedness matters is for people. It's been linked to broadly feeling good and functioning well, things like vitality, meaning and purpose in life, life satisfaction, happiness. You can read all those. And as I was mentioning, it's different to nature visits. The green circle shows the proportion of well-being explained by your relationship with nature. The blue little dot for nature visits is how much is explained by visiting nature regularly. And for reference, as a benchmark, socioeconomic status explains 4 times less of your eudaenomic well-being, whether you feel like you're living a worthwhile life, than nature connectedness. And all that evidence from those dots was from our Nature Connection Index measure, which I'll refer to a few times and point you towards as well. So, more evidence from the NCI. This is from a national survey of getting to know 5,000 people, 4,500 people, I think. The mean level of nature connectedness in the UK is 61. People who do nothing for nature or the environment, their mean level of nature connectedness is 47. If you do a little bit, the easy things to do, like recycling is easy to do, now everybody gets given a bin, you find the mean is 63. But when it requires more effort, so conservation volunteering, for example, the mean goes up to 76. So you can see that there's this link between nature connection and doing good things for nature or the environment. And that survey of population survey also allowed us to show what nature connection does across the lifespan. So it starts high when you're little and then drops like a stone when you're in your adolescent teenage years. Good reasons for that. Peer-to-peer relationships are really important then, and you've got other things on your mind than going out into nature. And then it slowly gets back to a high level. But as we've just seen, 76 is perhaps where we need to be looking for a sustainable relationship, and on average we don't get anywhere near that. So there's quite a lot of work to be done. I'd also like to highlight how there's 2 types of pro-nature behaviours. There's a big focus on climate warming, pro-environmental behaviours, and biodiversity loss until recently has not got as much as the press. And what you find is, in terms of psychological research, there's 50 scales that measure pro-environmental behaviours, and until we created one, there wasn't any that we were aware of that measured pro-nature conservation behaviours. So we've created one. And so pro-environmental behaviours are those kind of carbon and resource use focus, usually positive in actions, don't drive, don't fly. Pro-nature conservation behaviours are more broadly habitat creation. Now it's important to distinguish between the two. And when we looked at pro-nature conservation behaviours, we looked at the factors listed there to see which explained pro-nature behaviours in just over 1,000 adults in the UK. This is work we did with the National Trust. We found that we could explain 70% of the variation in people's positive actions for nature, and the things that really mattered were engaging in simple nature activities, noticing nature, kind of that living nature connectedness, I like to term it. And nature connectedness was important as well. So if you notice nature, if you've got a close relationship with it, you do more for nature. What didn't come out as strong predictors of pro-nature conservation behaviours was the time people spent in nature and knowledge and study of nature. They weren't significant. As a note there at the end, those with a high level of nature connectedness were 3.5 times more likely to do good for nature. So the value of improving that relationship with the natural world. But sadly, although we found that noticing nature was really important, we also found that 80% of people rarely or never watch wildlife, smell wildflowers, and 62% don't listen to birdsong and things, but really powerful things. What we found is, in terms of well-being, when you prompt people to do that, because they don't, for a week, you can get sustained improvements in mental health. And we actually found clinically significant improvements in mental health through prompting people who are living in Sheffield to notice the good things in nature each day for a week. We've also compared it to citizen science, and whereas citizen science we found did have some benefits for well-being, it was only through improving nature connection through noticing nature that improve pro-nature conservation behaviours. That's a paper that's just under review just now. That noticing nature approach is incorporated into the Go Jauntily app, just to, if you're interested and wanted to give it a go, you can try that. And those two aspects of the importance of noticing nature for pro-nature behaviours and for mental health have seen us launch the Green Care Code, which was launched a couple of weeks ago with the Mental Health Foundation and Go Jauntily. So a simple message: stop, look, listen, enjoy nature. So, going to have to whiz through the last minute. We've also got a widely used design framework for the 5 pathways to nature connection. Loads more on my blog. We use that to design some of the activities for 30 Days Wild, which has seen 1 million people go through that and improve their well-being and pro-nature action. It informed the redesign of National Trust's 50 Things. It's used quite widely now in programmes and as well in the design of spaces and places. So my final summary slide, a close relationship with nature is really important for well-being and pro-nature behaviours. It's not about time in nature, it's about moments in nature and creating those moments. You can measure it and it can be improved through carefully designed interventions. And if you want to find the NCI or the ProCons measure, that's the Pro Conservation Behaviour Scale, you can find that on my blog if you go to the resources section. And that's me done. Thank you very much for listening. I'll take some questions later on, I think.
Yeah, thanks for Miles. It was a really fascinating talk and great to get those insights. Yep, we'll have a short Q&A after we've had our next talk from Ellie Brown, which is on the CABA health and wellbeing evidence base. So I'll just ask Becca if she can play Ellie's talk for us, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Ellie Brown and I'm the Strategic Evidence and GIS Manager for Ribble Rivers Trust, and I'm going to briefly introduce you to a new England-wide evidence-based and decision support tool that has been designed to help you to determine where improving and increasing people's access to green and blue space could have the greatest health and wellbeing benefits for those that are most in need. It's a series of 32 datasets that have been produced by pulling together, analysing and presenting mostly open source data that's from leading national bodies. And the aim is that it can help you to identify where those priority locations are, where you could have the greatest health and wellbeing benefits for populations that need it most. And this could be by creating new publicly accessible green and blue spaces, or improving people's access to existing or new spaces, or by putting on events and activities to encourage local populations to access the outdoors. The datasets detail the levels of obesity in adults and children, and the levels of inactivity in adults and children, as well as the levels of illnesses that are related to obesity and inactivity within local populations. And you can view a summary of locations that have the greatest combined levels of obesity and inactivity and related illnesses within the local populations. And in all of the maps, the darker the blue, the greater a problem is, or the greater the opportunity to make a difference. And you can also view data for each of the illnesses independently, as you might want to target specific issues through your work, such as depression among adults. And if you're viewing the data online, you can view pop-ups that give you statistics, and you can see details of data sets that you should view in combination with this one to see where there's missing data. And you can also link through to the raw data if you wish. You can look at the age structure of the local population and which ethnicities and religious beliefs are most prevalent, as these are all things that will affect the methods that are appropriate for you to use to try and address certain issues. You can view the index of multiple deprivation dataset. And you can identify which GP practices cover an area, which could help you to liaise with them to create a green prescribing project, for example, or they might know of local health groups who could benefit from being involved in your project. And you can also see where there is less than the recommended 4 hectares of publicly accessible green and blue space per 1,000 population. And this takes into account those official public open spaces like nature reserves and parks, as well as just footpaths along rivers or through woodlands or fields and so on. There are data sets that can help you to determine how accessible an area is, for example by public transport, or where a project to improve a public open space could reduce levels of crime in the immediate area. And there are also a few data sets that allow you to identify where the environment is directly impacting on people's health, such as where particulate air pollution is the cause of a high percentage of deaths. And you can see where those particulate emissions are coming from, so you can plan how to mitigate this issue. So there's lots of data sets to help you to piece together where your work is needed the most, where particular types of work could have the greatest benefits, and the stats to back those judgments up. And the aim is to help you to make the best use of your resources, but also to provide the evidence base to help you to bring more funding in to do those types of works. And it could help to start conversations with local authorities and public health bodies, NGOs and local communities, and it could be used to develop partnership projects. And all of the data is available in multiple formats, so you can view them online on a fully interactive map. If you have ArcGIS online, you can add the data sets into your own online maps. And if you have desktop GIS, you can either download the data or pull it directly from the web and display it in your desktop GIS. And this works for both ArcGIS and QGIS software. And you can also view details of how the data sets were created, any limitations within the data, other data sets that you should view in combination with this data set, and you can also access links to the raw data. And you can access all of these resources via the CABA Data Hub, the link for which is at the top of the screen. And on there is a recording of a webinar that I did this summer, which gives a much more in-depth introduction to this evidence base, and I highly recommend that you go and have a watch of that before using this evidence base. If you have any questions, please do just get in touch via the email address that's on your screen. And I'd also really love to know if you use this evidence base, so please do also email me if you use it. And thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so thank you both for those talks. If I could ask Miles and Ellie to join us for the panel discussion. We've got a few questions, but if people have got any more, please do post them in the Q&A. So we've got a first question here for Miles from Kira, who said she can have a good guess at what nature connectedness is, but how would you define it? You'll need visits in nature and have access to gain it. Is it linked to mindfulness?
Yep, okey-doke. Yes, there's various definitions knocking around, but it's basically how close your relationship is to nature, and that can be your emotional relationship. So you could think of it like a love of nature almost, but there's also a cognitive aspect. It's whether you feel part of the natural world, and whether the natural world is an important part of your sense of self. And the different scales that you use to measure nature connectedness all tap into different aspects of that, but they tend to come out with a similar measure. So visits, yes, people who are more connected do visit more, but you can visit nature and not improve nature connectedness. So they are two distinct things, and we've got interventions that have improved nature connectedness away from nature. But yeah, it's a good idea to do it in nature. It's about engaging with nature more meaningfully when you're there, rather than just as a background for what you're doing. It's very important to engage and notice the natural world. And mindfulness, there is some links to mindfulness. People take mindful approaches to increasing nature connectedness. It can be a mindful activity, but it's doesn't need to be. In some mindful meditations are more body focused on the person rather than the natural world, so it can actually take your attention away from the natural world, depending on what type of approach you're taking.
Okay, thanks for that. And another question, Miles, was from Josh Jones, who's asked why the NCA, why the threshold for sustainability is at 75?
Yeah, that was just a proposal based on that national survey that we did. We found that the mean level of nature connectedness for people who actively did things for nature was 76. So there was a question mark after that. So we thought, is that the threshold that we should be aiming for, 76?
Okay, thanks. And one more, is there a framework or a methodology that people can use to develop whether nature connectedness project's successful and how best to evaluate it?
Yeah, so in that resources section, you'll find our postcard, which has the summary of the pathways to nature connectedness. There's 5 types of relationship or activity you should try and promote, and then you stand a good chance of increasing nature connectedness. And you can use any of the various measures, such as the NCI. If you use that at the start and then you use it at the end, you can see whether you've had an impact on nature connectedness. I'd suggest having the ProCogs there as well, just so you can see whether you've got other outcomes, such as that it's going to help nature as well.
Okay, thanks. And I was just going to ask Ellie, maybe I'm going to put her on the spot a bit, if she could say a bit about an example about how you've been actually using the data sets in the evidence base at Ribble Rivers Trust to target projects.
Yes, so we recently applied to the Green Recovery Challenge Fund for a project that was built partially around our health and wellbeing evidence base. We wanted to develop an environmental project that would, at the same time as improving the environment in places where data and evidence said it was needed most, would have the greatest health and wellbeing benefits for places the data say the people need it most. So we were successful in our funding bid, and the project, which is called Health and Environmental Action Lancashire, or HEAL for short, is looking at creating woodlands and wetlands and building footpaths and so on, all in locations where nature needs it most, but also where local communities have real issues with health and well-being. And so we're really going to try and target those local communities through working with GPs or local health or wellbeing groups to get those people out in nature and carrying out some physical activity to improve nature. We're also going to be running a series of health walks in those locations, in those communities that have issues with health and wellbeing. There's one aspect of the project that is looking at creating community-run micro-tree nurseries. So that could be potting out seeds or helping to tend to the saplings. So work that's not hugely physically intensive, like planting the trees in a woodland would be, but something that some of the local communities feel that they could actually get involved in, whereas normally they might not do any outdoor activity or volunteering. But then to actually collect the seeds to go into those micro tree nurseries, we're going to run some health walks with those target groups and actually collect some of those tree seeds, and then maybe the same volunteers or different volunteers will help to pop them up in the nurseries, and then maybe the same volunteers or the other volunteers will then tend to those trees and nurseries, and then maybe different groups of volunteers will actually plant those out in our woodlands. So it's kind of a circular process where health and wellbeing is at the heart of every stage of it, but it's all with an environmental focus. So yeah, that's kind of been directed entirely or mostly by that health and wellbeing evidence base.
Okay, thanks, Ellie. And another question here for Miles from Alistair Pearson, who says, farmers are generally very well connected to nature, but it's well known for its mental health issues. Does this contradict the connectedness assumptions about our relationship with nature?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I've not seen any surveys that have looked at farmers in particular, and I think farmers will have a different relationship with the rest of the population, but I still suspect that there might be more connected farmers and less connected farmers as well. I don't think there's been any specific look at that. Land use is important, the way we use our land as well as the impact on farmers, the impact on community as well. There's work wider in Europe that looks at that. In terms of farmers' mental health, yeah, I think there are aspects of the way that if you spend a lot of time in the natural world, as farmers do in the countryside, they could try some of the interventions that we've been looking at, like it can just become a familiar background. And if one of our interventions is simply writing down 3 good things that you've noticed in nature each day, and that's had clinically significant and sustained increases in mental health a month later. So it can be at the end of an arduous session, it can help to just sit back and reflect on what good things in the natural world you saw that day.
Okay, thanks. And have you picked up on any geographical variations in nature connectedness around the country?
Yeah, there's small differences, not as large as you'd expect between urban and rural people. Obviously, you'd expect rural to be higher. It's a little bit higher. But what we find is everybody's got the kind of capacity to have a love for nature, but some people have got less access to nature, which is another reason why access needs to be improved. It tends to be higher in females than males. Yeah, and it's quite equitable in that in different ethnicities it's generally quite similar, and sometimes a bit higher in non-white ethnicities.
Great, thanks, Miles. And then just one last question for the session for Ellie. Is there any scope for doing a similar analysis in Wales?
It depends if there's funding available for that. I think it depends what the demand is, what data is out there. I don't actually know what's available for Wales. And if anyone is able to provide some funding for that, I think is the main barrier, I think.
Yeah, I think if there's people who are definitely interested in that, just to get in touch and discuss that further. Okay, so that was great. I'd just like to thank Miles and Ellie for their time there and some really interesting talks. And I'm now going to hand over to Dave Johnson, who's going to chair our next session.
Thanks, Lucy. Right, so we've got a really good session ahead planned for citizen science with some talks on monitoring for bathing water quality, extended riverfly, morph, and then finally on combining CABA data with citizen science monitoring and the smarter catchment. So Becca, are you able to start the recording?
Hello, I'm Claire Robertson. I'm the Oxford Rivers Project Officer, and I'm here to talk about the Oxford Rivers Project, which is, we believe, the longest and largest study of bacteria levels in rivers, and one of the first to use citizen scientists. So how did we get here? Oxford is a really popular place for river swimming. It has a long history of this, and last summer, the issue of raw sewage pollution rocketed up the national agenda. So a campaign group in Oxford was formed to get bathing water status for one of our popular swimming spots, Port Meadow. It quickly gained a lot of support, had 5,000 signatures of our petition and unanimous support from Oxford City councillors. And on the back of this, we managed to meet with the CEO of Thames Water and officers from the Rivers Trust and gain funding and support for a citizen science study of bacteria levels in rivers. The bacteria we're looking at are E. coli and intestinal enterococci, which are indicators of poo, either from sewage or from agricultural sources. And they're also the 2 species which are tested for by the Environment Agency if a site receives bathing water status. So these are tested for at over 300 locations around the coast where people regularly swim, but barely any inland locations, just a handful and only one other river. So before our project, the knowledge about these species in rivers was pretty low. So overall, we're looking at 18 different locations. 4 of these are popular swimming locations in the centre of Oxford, which are circled, and the others are sites on different tributaries upstream. The 3 questions we are asking are these swimming sites already bathing water standard or not? Where is bacteria at these sites coming from? Is in particular which tributaries? is it coming from, or sources. So the ratios of the different bacterial species can tell us a bit about whether that's sewage or agricultural source, and also the weather conditions beforehand. And is the bacteria higher or lower in any particular month, day of the week, season, or in any particular weather condition? How do we do it? Well, we have an amazing bunch of volunteers who all came along to a training day in April 2021, and we trained them in proper aseptic technique in collecting water samples. Once a week, volunteers sample 4 to 5 of these 18 sites, and the samples are then put at a drop-off point and collected by Thames Water couriers, sent to their labs, and cultured and analysed for bacteria levels that day or the next day. And then those results are sent to us via email weekly, and we post them on our website. We also had an all-day water blitz on the 18th of June, where we sampled all 18 locations in one day, and the swimming spots several times in the day. It was incredibly wet, and but still a fun day. So the results to date, all 4 sites, unfortunately, would be classed as poor under current bathing water regulations. However, it's not all bad news. We found in rainy months, the bacteria levels have been very high, on average double the safe level. However, in drier months, the levels have been much lower, at good and even excellent levels. So it shows that these sites, with some improvement, could attain good bathing water status. And in the wider catchment, we've broadly seen the same pattern, but with some exceptions. So some sites where there are low bacteria levels, no matter what the weather, and some sites where there are incredibly high bacteria levels, even in dry weather. And the ratios of the different species indicate that sewage is the main source of these bacteria, although agriculture and mist connections also have a part to play. We're not done yet. We're going to continue sampling until December this year. Hopefully we might even be able to continue with this if our volunteers are keen to. We manage to get funding, and we will be putting in our bathing water status application at the end of October, and we'll await the decision on that from Westminster in early 2022. Why have we been successful? I think the main driver of the success is the volunteers and the local community who are genuinely passionate about having clean rivers safe to swim in, but also a positive local council response and engagement from Thames Water especially has been very helpful. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Lauren, and I'm going to tell you a bit about Salmon and Trout Conservation's Smart Rivers project. So, Smart Rivers is a member of the Riverfly Plus citizen science family. It enables volunteers, supported by an IFM certified training scheme, to monitor the water quality in the rivers to a near professional standard. And this evidence feeds directly into our work to drive properly enforced, fit for purpose water policies. So volunteers are trained to sample using the Environment Agency's 3-minute kick sweep protocol. They preserve the sample in alcohol, and then the sample is analysed to species level, either by themselves or in a lab. So in terms of setting up Smart Rivers, Smart Rivers works on a hub basis, and hubs are per river. We can set up hubs for groups of around 10 people in the river. No prior qualifications or training is required, but some experience of Riverfly partnership monitoring is beneficial. The group must then choose 5 sites. We encourage them to think about the questions, what they're actually trying to investigate. These sites must be safe and accessible and appropriate habitat for kick sweep sampling. After they've chosen their sites, they then get a benchmark, which is a 1-year professional analysis where scientists will come in spring and autumn for 1 year, do the kick sweep sampling and analyse this to species level. And this benchmark provides us with an expected species list, which is used in the training components. The volunteers are then trained. This is 2-day courses, split usually over spring and autumn. The first day is all about the kick sweep sampling technique, and the second day is about identifying species, again based on that expected species list produced from the benchmark. After the groups have completed their training, we have a chat with them and see how they feel about species analysis, because it's not everyone's cup of tea. Identifying invertebrates is quite challenging and time consuming. So there are 2 pathways. They can do the analysis themselves, or they can send the samples away for analysis by a lab. You can do a combination if you want to sort of dip your toe in and build your confidence first. Some groups do that. And then finally, after you've had your benchmark, done your training, the groups are ready to go. They do their independent sampling twice a year in spring and autumn. We encourage them to keep their buckets for quality control. So 1 in 5 buckets of groups doing sample and identify, we pick up and we get them analysed in a lab just to provide feedback on how their analysis is going. And the species identified are entered into our database. And that produces the pressure scores, which I'm going to talk about next. So in terms of outputs, we produce pressure scores from the species lists. These water quality scorecards are for flow, sediment, phosphorus, organic pollution and chemical pressure. And our online database, which is free to everyone, open access, it displays these scores using a traffic light key. The invertebrate lists themselves are also an invaluable source of information, which provide high resolution invertebrate records that as time passes can be referred back to and compared. So in 20 years time, we're not relying on anecdotal data of sort of the state of how things were. In terms of the hub groups, what they get out of it, they get an indication of what the pressures are and where best to take action, do remediation. They can use it sort of before and after they do work. So in a lot of projects, the monitoring isn't the attractive part that gets funded. So this way they can tick that education box, but also get that before and after monitoring. What did this action actually do in river? And it also contributes to the national picture. So SNTC's national lobbying work relies on evidence like this to help us actually drive proper enforcement of appropriate water policies. In terms of how Smart Rivers fits in the riverflow monitoring landscape, it is completely complementary to Riverfly Partnership. It falls within the Riverfly Plus umbrella. It's just a sort of step up in terms of how complicated it is and how much time is required. But yeah, because you have those 2 pathway options, it doesn't have to be too time consuming. And in terms of who is already involved, we have groups all over England, Scotland and Wales. There's just a list of some of the groups involved. And the hubs are all hosted by a different organisation that we work with. So these range from Wildlife Trust to Rivers Trust and water companies. We have open access data, as I mentioned before, for all of these rivers. If you're interested in any of this data, please drop us a line and we're happy to share.
Hello, I'm Richard Chadd, Senior Ecologist with the Lincolnshire and Northamptonshire area of the Environment Agency. With various colleagues from other organisations, I've been helping to design, trial and ultimately launch an extended list of Riverfly taxa for volunteer groups in the Riverfly Partnership. The original scheme was comprised of 8 taxa, 5 families and 2 orders, with 1, caseless and cased caddisfly larvae, split into 2. It's an adequate tool to identify profound issues with water quality, but is not sufficiently sensitive to differentiate other stresses, such as reducing flows and habitat change. The amplitude of response was lower, and at some sites the river appeared to be okay, but the volunteer could see physical pressures which were not being picked up. In addition, they could see other taxa and changes in their number and were motivated to find out what they were and what they indicated. The final list, developed as a collaboration between a Lincolnshire scheme and a Dorset scheme, comprises 33 taxa. These are split into 3 groups with differentiating responses: high sensitivity to physical stressors, low sensitivity, and neutral taxa, included because of protected status or issues regarding invasiveness. For example, signal crayfish versus native crayfish and Dichorogamerus. Sampling methodology is the same as before: 3-minute kick and 1-minute hand search. The representative taxa from the list of 33 are counted and scored according to abundance. The sensitive taxa increase the score, the insensitive taxa increase the score in low numbers, but reduce it when they become abundant. As before, a trigger score can be set for a river reach, which will become breached if water quality, flow, or fine sediment deposition become an issue. The scheme has been launched, and more volunteers are coming forward, including young ones, as you can see. We need to maintain momentum by ensuring effective processes of training, means of storing and handling data, and effective liaison between partnership hubs and regulatory bodies, such as the Environment Agency and the Rivers Trusts. Thanks are due to all of the organisations and volunteers involved, and to you for listening. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lucy Shuker. I'm an independent environmental consultant working with Cartographer on development of river monitoring tools and training. My talk today is all about the Modular River Survey and using MORPH for gathering data and evidence of physical habitat change. Rivers change shape over time, responding to both natural events and human interventions such as development or river restoration. After modification, rivers adjust. With appropriate geomorphological design, in time they recover to a new equilibrium. The reappearance of a rich assemblage of natural flow, sediment and vegetation features indicates good habitat condition that enables river life to flourish and achieve resilience to future adversities. So how do we gather evidence to show these changes, support more appropriate river designs and demonstrate their benefits? The Modular River Survey provides a standard method for capturing this evidence. Developed in partnership for citizen science-based research, MORPH is used in a variety of ways for pre- and post-project appraisals and integrated analysis with other data. The new MORPH Professional version was developed to help generate biodiversity net gain metrics for rivers and streams. It's become a tale of two MORPHs, so this talk aims to provide some clarity and help you decide which MORPH tool is the best one for your needs. At its core, the Modular River Survey follows a simplicity principle, with one MORPH field survey method that offers multiple applications. For MORPH Pro, a river type desk study also helps guide data interpretation. The first key difference between the Citizen Science and Pro versions is the way data are saved and stored in the Cartographer system. In both cases, data can be accessed by appropriately registered surveyors. However, citizen science records appear in an open data public map view that's also available via the CABA Hub, whereas MORPH Pro data are held privately in secure organisation workspaces. MORPH citizen science data are recorded by trained volunteers, led by project officers or other practitioners, and MORPH Pro data by trained environmental professionals, including consultants and regulators. Training reflects the different applications, with a short one-day in-person training for MORPH Citizen Science. The more in-depth accredited MORPH Pro training is delivered as a 6-week online course that's equivalent to 2 days of in-person training and includes river type and modelling the scenario outputs required for net gain. Another difference is data quality assurance. whereby citizen science data are approved by a Morph Hub champion. For Morph Pro, the responsibility lies with accredited surveyors to approve their own data. Looking in more detail at the data, whilst a single Morph provides the standard modular survey, at the sub-reach scale for Morph Citizen Science, a connected set of 10 Morph units is recommended, whereas for Morph Pro, the sub-reach comprises 5 sequential Morphs, plus the reach scale river type assessment. Outputs reflect the survey scales, with a single Morph module providing 14 indicators of local habitat character. For Citizen Science, 16 aggregated Morph 10 sub-reach indicators reveal more about process and habitat availability for more mobile organisms. For Morph Pro, a set of 37 indicators and one of 13 river types together contribute to a final river condition score, a specific requirement for the calculation of rivermetric units. All Morph indices are auto-calculated within the cartographer's information system, and the calculations are available on the Modular River Survey website. There are multiple applications for Morph. All trained Morph surveyors can use their data for local or sub-reach scale monitoring or integrated analysis. For Morph Pro, the primary driver is currently river condition assessments for net gain calculations. All Morph methods can be used for pre- and post-project appraisals. More information on designing Morph investigations for a variety of applications will be coming soon on the Modular River Survey website. This has been a lot to take in a very short time. Hopefully you can pause and review at your leisure, and please do get in touch for more information. Thanks for listening. To find out more, please visit the Modular River Survey website, and you can contact me at the email shown.
Hi, my name is Kate Heppel and I work for the Chiltern Chalk Streams project and for Queen Mary University of London.
Hello everyone, I'm Angela Bartlett and I've been working over the summer providing GIS support for the Smarter Water Catchments Initiative. I've been working on a PhD for the last few years on invasive plant species predominantly, but in October, I'll be pausing my PhD for 3 months to work on an internship with the River Chess Catchment Partnership. And this ties in quite well with my previous work before my PhD, where I worked for a few years with the Rivers Trust, providing GIS support and for water quality catchment assessment.
So what is Smarter Water Catchments? It's a new Thames Water initiative designed to develop collaborative and holistic ways of working to improve river catchments in the Thames region. The idea being that when organisations work together effectively, then they can deliver more improvements than one organisation might achieve on its own. During AMP7, Thames Water are trialling this collaborative approach in 3 catchments: the River Chess, the Evenlode and the River Crane. £3 million is being invested in each catchment to provide seed funding, and a 5-year plan has been developed for each catchment. Each plan can be accessed via the link on this slide. The River Chess is a chalk stream which is part of the Chilterns area of outstanding natural beauty. In common with many other chalk streams, the River Chess fails to meet good ecological status due to a number of different pressures. The Smarter Water Catchments Partnership for the River Chess is hosted by the Chiltern Chalk Streams Project, the River Chess Association and the Chilterns Conservation Board. Over the last few years, there have been preparatory community events in the catchment to understand the stakeholders' concerns for and use of the River Chess, using participatory mapping methods. We've created educational material for school teachers and students to raise awareness of the issues associated with the management of chalk streams. And we've installed water quality sensors in the river to take high-frequency measurements of parameters such as dissolved oxygen, electrical conductivity and temperature. And this work builds on a long history of citizen involvement in the catchment, including the River Fly Initiative, water vole and flow monitoring, Trout in the Classroom, all led by the Chilterns Chalk Streams Project and the River Chess Association. Moving forward, there are multiple strands to improving the River Chess catchment, which include reducing pollution, improving water quality, improving river flows, and creating and enhancing habitat. Angela and I are bringing together pre-existing data on the River Chess to establish a baseline state prior to the interventions that will be carried out as part of the initiative. We're considering water quantity and water resources issues, groundwater and surface water quality, and ecological data sets. A particular challenge will be to see what added value can be gained from combining data sets that have previously been assessed separately. For example, we'll be combining riverfly data with water quality sensor data collected as part of the Chess Watch programme. As part of this work, we're pulling CABA datasets from the Data Hub into our maps to help with assessments. The intention is for the report to help identify critical threats to the Chess and important opportunities to pursue over the 10-year period. We've just started our assessment, and Angela is going to show you now some of the example plots and maps arising from our work.
Here we show an example visualization for water quality monitoring datasets on the River Chess. So the map and the graph below show monitoring across 5 sites for electrical conductivity in the River Chess catchment. Electrical conductivity is a measure of the total dissolved solutes in the river. So in the map we see that electrical conductivity increases downstream of Chesham sewage treatment works compared to the headwaters. And this results from the solutes in treated effluent comprising electrolytes in human waste products and chemical household products. So we now move on to visualizations for the Water Framework Directive classification. So this can be used in a baseline assessment in addition to the existing water quality monitoring to identify additional opportunities for improvements within the catchment. So here in this example, we show over different years and cycles what the classifications were for different elements in the River Chess catchment. We can see that over all of the years, phosphate has continued to remain poor within the catchment, and recently there was a failure for PPDE, which is found in fire retardants. And we can also see that the ecological parameters need to be improved as well. And the map on the right shows the monitoring locations for the Water Framework Directive.
Finally, we would like to show you the River Chess story map that we've created using materials provided by the partnerships. This story map was funded by a public engagement grant from the Natural Environment Research Council. The aim of the map is to provide a resource for the public to help them understand and investigate the changing pressures on the River Chess and chalk streams in general. In the map, we trialled interactive dashboards to share water quality and water quantity data. Please do help our research by exploring the resources and leaving feedback via the surveys at the end of each section. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks to all those presenters. They were great presentations. Really interesting session. And just before we go on to the discussion and questions, Michelle, are you? Oh, there's Michelle for a live update on CMC.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, so I'm going to give you a bit of an update on where things have got to with the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative. Just go quickly through what you've told us leading up to where we are now and how we responded to that, and talk in detail about the Ofwat Innovation Fund bid and what's happening next. So what have you told us in the past? Well, even before we started running the forum a few years ago, we were gathering feedback from you, particularly around the opportunities through the EA's strategic monitoring review and how we can feed local data and evidence gathered by catchment partnerships into that national picture. And some of the key sort of learnings out of that are that there's a real fragmented landscape when it comes to collecting and gathering local data and evidence. We've heard some fantastic examples today of both national tools like Morph and some of the Riverfly tools, and local tools that are being developed by catchment partnerships. But it can be overwhelming for new sort of data gatherers really in terms of what they actually should be using. And this confusion really leads to a sort of confusion for the decision makers as well. They don't know what data they can trust. They don't know what decisions can be made on it. And we also know with the graph on the right, that's a review of where catchment partnerships have got to in the catchment planning process. And we know it's problematic. We've heard it as well from some of the speakers today, to fund monitoring particularly from project budgets. You know, you need to set your baseline, you need to carry on monitoring long afterwards. So that's some of the feedback we'd already had. And then, as Lucy mentioned earlier, we have gathered feedback over the last 3 years of the Catchment Data and Evidence Forum in terms of what the priorities are, and a mandate really to start trying to tackle this problem. So with that mandate, we went and set up a working group back last summer, pulled together a lot of the organisations that we'd already been engaging with through the Catchment Data User Group. And there were really sort of 3 aims for this group. One is to start developing a proposal for some sort of coordinated national framework, to consult on that and to make sure we'd gathered the widest possible views, and to fundraise the sort of critical, finding the funding to deliver it. So the group started meeting regularly, and we developed a consultation which we put out last summer, and with the offline responses as well, we had over 90 organisations responding. Very strong support for developing a national framework, and it really flagged up a lot of useful resources and contacts, and it made the scale of the challenge very clear to us as well. It's certainly not something we're taking lightly. But it also teased out some of the wider societal benefits that doing something like this could draw out. So the health and well-being benefits. I know Miles was talking earlier, and I can't wait to read your paper, Miles, about you know, some of the research that's gone into this. And you know, beyond the sort of health and well-being and connectedness to nature and changing behaviour, there's also opportunities around skills and job training, from getting people involved in collecting data locally and analysing it. And so we started to really pull all of this together and develop a more coherent proposal that we could then look to put into funding bids. And it was really around a sort of tiered approach, so integrating lots of different types of data. That could be citizen science data, but also more sort of robust professional data and more automated data gathering as well. But the key thing is about, you know, having it all tagged and quality controlled, so you know what decisions are appropriate to make. And we started to cast around to see, you know, how might we fund this, because we know it's going to take a significant budget to do something coordinated at a national scale. And one of the potential areas that we identified where we might be able to seek funding was the Ofwat Innovation Fund. So we started to look in a bit more detail at that and some of the drivers behind that, which really sort of fitted very well with what we're trying to achieve with the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative. It's all about open data and really understanding the resilience of water company assets in the long term and doing things differently with a catchment-based approach. So this was looking very promising. And so the Ofwat Innovation Fund opened earlier this year, and we developed a pitch to 8 water companies initially, and really sort of casting the net and looking for partners to bid with us. It has to be led by a water company, but the Ofwat were very much looking for partnership approaches. So that went very well. Quite a few of the partners in the working group also pitched with us and really sort of told the story about what citizen science and local monitoring can do in terms of filling those knowledge gaps. And that meant we could actually develop a stage 1 bid to the Water Breakthrough Challenge, which I'm happy to say was successful. So we then moved on to a stage 2 bid. And in the process, we sort of merged 3 potential bids to the Innovation Fund. We got a steer back from Ofwat. There was quite a lot of overlap between what we were proposing with the CMC and then a couple of other bids. from other water companies. So we've merged all of those into a stage 2 bid, which was looking to do what we wanted to achieve with the catchment monitoring cooperative, but delivering it in 8 demonstrator catchments, but also then basically taking the data and evidence that the CMC would gather and using that as the sort of meat in the sausage machine, if you like, for really good decision support and testing it on the ground in what we're calling demonstrator pluses. So this is kind of what the bid looked like at stage 2. So we had, we've basically named it the Catchment Systems Thinking Cooperative to reflect that wider remit. A lot of different partners and a lot of projects, and it virtually doubled the size of the bid. Initially at stage 1, we were at just under 4 million, and it was 7.1 million when we submitted it. And I'm very excited to say, for those of you who hadn't heard, that we were successful. So absolutely brilliant, still a bit shell-shocked, but we heard just a couple of weeks ago that we've been awarded the funding with a whole range of partners, something like 24 organisations involved. So it's not all coming to one organisation, I hasten to add. So just a quick rundown of what we're going to be delivering for that funding. So it's really about developing some national governance and standardisation of methods. So partnerships told us they wanted some kite-marked methods, you know, which are the ones to back. And so that's part of that, is getting that national governance and agreement between some of the key players, many of which you've heard from today, and really sort of channeling some local funding. So volunteer coordinators and time for local partnerships to spend looking with Environment Agency, with the water company, with other partners at what the knowledge gaps are, and then actual time and budget to fill those. And underpinning all of that, some accredited training and data integration and visualization tools, and really ensuring that we take sort of weight of evidence approaches as the way to go. So combining those different tiers of information. And underpinning all of that, we're doing some evaluation and quantification of the benefits. This is a 3-year funded program. We want this to be the start of a really sort of transformational change in local evidence gathering. So to bring in that funding that's going to make it sustainable, we need to evaluate and quantify the benefits as well. So the governance structure, the way that the Ofwat bid was structured, we had to have a lead water company and a lead partner. So Rivers Trust is taking on that role with United Utilities, but very much co-governed with a steering group, including all of the sort of key partners that were in the working group, plus all of the water companies who are engaged as well. And sitting under that, you'll have leads for each of the different work packages. And we're looking to get advisory members from government agencies as well, and departments, to ensure that everything we're doing is fitting in with things like the EA Sentinel programme and the evaluation of the you know, sort of nature metrics and things that you've been hearing about earlier. So there's a lot of people need to be involved with this to make sure it's not duplicating effort and fitting in with other things. So we've got 8 demonstrator catchments where we're really going to be channeling that local funding and effort, but all of the tools and training approaches that we develop will be available across the country. So it's important to realise that the benefit's going to be available everywhere, not just in those catchments. And the way those are going to work, they've been selected by the water companies. Obviously, this is water company funding, so we've had to align with what the priorities are for each of those partners. And each of the demonstrators has a different sort of focus, but we will be, as part of the work packages, we'll be looking at what the methods and techniques are that we're going to focus on, and we will look to have the widest possible range available. So in terms of the sorts of activities we'll be undertaking, obviously developing some standardized methods. We'll have a method review and a method audit, and then a transparent selection and kite marking process to decide which are the ones that CMC is going to focus on particularly. But we will also be signposting others that, you know, maybe we don't have the resource to include everything initially. And we will also be developing on top of that all of the sort of tools and training and accreditation that's needed to make sure that those methods are quality controlled and trusted by the potential partners who use them. In terms of data platforms, I mean, you've heard today of some of the many ones that are out there. We're not looking to, create something completely new from scratch. We're looking at making those interoperable. So whether that's funding the development of APIs, or where they are looking to redevelop existing platforms, looking to ensure that those can be joined up and that we can easily pull the data together in things like ArcGIS online story maps that many people you've heard from today are using. So making it much easier to combine data and to plug and play, and also to visualize and interpret that information as well. And we'll be looking at things like having some sort of charter and agreement that underpins all of this, so we're clear on what local data can and can't be used for. Catchment data user groups already done some baseline work on this. And looking at integrating really advanced sort of technical innovations as well, so things like eDNA, machine learning, using low-cost sensors and combining that with citizen science data to give us real-time information that's sort of accredited and sense checked. And doing some really good engagement work as well. We're planning to have an annual water blitz, a bit like Freshwater Watch do, but with wider methods, and really trying to engage as many people nationally. I know the EA have been talking about having a national census day as well, so looking at trying to really drive recruitment, have comms resources, and really make it an engaging and exciting sort of annual cycle of recruitment. So we've got a delivery program sketched out at the moment, but we're obviously starting to drill down into the detail of that now and really turn it into detailed plans in terms of the work packages that cover all of the sort of stages that we need to do over the 3 years. And so that's where we're at the moment. We've had the announcement. We're now looking at developing a recruitment plan for the people we need to put in place in the different organisations and doing the detailed planning. And things should really start to kick off then in January of next year. So happy to take any questions if there's time, but there's my email address if you'd like to get in touch over the coming months. And yeah, watch this space. It should be really exciting. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Fantastic news there from Michelle. And I think, particularly good to be able to say it so quickly here, because, the forum's been quite pivotal in helping get that bid through. Right, have we got any questions for the panelists? I certainly do, if no one else does, but let's have a look. We've got quite a few well dones in the comments. Well, I'll kick off then. One of the things that I was going to ask Claire was whether the monitoring, has that had much impact on the water company? Has it helped sort of at all with the kind of discussions? And do you think it'll make a difference, is what I'm saying?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think it's helped in developing a relationship with Thames Water, and the project meet with them pretty regularly, almost every week, and as well as the monitoring, we've also managed to get some raw sewage discharges, which are real-time alerts, which you usually only get around the coast. So it's making a difference there. But I think, yes, and we're hoping to use the testing in a more targeted way to start to look at where some of the bacteria is coming from. So potentially if fingers crossed, we get bathing water status and the water company, Thames Water, have to start to improve some of their assets, the testing that we've already done should help with that. Okay,
and you don't feel at all do you feel the tension between sort of working with the water company and what you're trying to get them to do? Does it feel?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's difficult to try and plot a path between all these different people, but I don't know, I also feel positive because I do, Thames Water have put sewage discharges so much further up their agenda in a short space of time. So I think things are changing.
Cool, that's brilliant. Thank you very much, Claire. Right, I will check and see if we've got some questions coming in here. All right, so this one from Paul Logan looks like one for Michelle. You mentioned about kite marking methods for the CMC. Have you contacted British Standards?
British Standards, yeah. So this was raised recently in discussion we were having with Wessex Water, actually, Paul. So it's definitely something we want to look into. What we don't want to do is go down a route where it becomes really onerous and costly to do that. But I'd be really interested to speak to you about it and find out, you know, on a practical level, what would be involved and how we might go about doing that. I mean, this initial funding, I should just say, is initial funding. You know, it sounds like a lot, but, you know, our estimates for what we need to roll this out nationally are considerably more, particularly if you start to look at, you know, wanting to underpin investment in nature-based solutions in the future. So there's a lot of potential down the line for building on this, and, you know, getting the framework started is our initial aim. But yeah, definitely interested to have a follow-up conversation, so please do get in touch.
Grand, thanks, thanks, Michelle. I've got one for Lauren. Where is the data recorded, and is it possible to kind of export that data so that it can be used with, you know, the CAB data package, for example?
Yeah, it's on Cartographer, so it's an online map system, but you can download and export all of the invertebrate species lists and the associated biometrics from the system.
Okay, so it can all be exported then from Cartographer and then used.
Yeah, it can be exported into an Excel or a CSV format.
Okay, grand, thank you very much. I think we've got a question, another one for Michelle, perhaps unsurprisingly. It's a 3-year project, but you're not going to get the funding for all the catchment partnerships within that time. So do you have a plan?
Yes, we've got a very large hat and we're going to stand outside the tube. Yeah, so part of the work programme includes that evaluation and sustainability work package, which is going to be engaging with funders that we think will benefit and should be able to put some funding in, which would include government. You know, we've been engaging with the Environment Agency for a number of years now and looking at getting submissions into the spending review. We know that EA want this, they certainly support it, but it's, you know, getting it over the line and getting that additional funding. So it's building the business case is part of one of the work packages, and looking for wider funders beyond just the usual suspects, really. So some of the health and well-being benefits, you know, could we find health funding to, you know, link up with green prescribing things. So it's really looking at the widest possible range of beneficiaries, and particularly when it comes to green finance and nature-based solutions, you know, having really good data to pin those decisions on. We will be looking through all of our projects and partners at where we can bring in funding to make this sustainable. So all ideas on the back of a postcard, please.
Thanks, Michelle. So Sarah's got a question. I think it's probably for Lauren again. Difference in price between the kind of the lab-based method and doing it yourself. So.
Sure. So if you do it yourself, there's no cost. There is, in the first year, so you have the setup year with the benchmarking. The benchmarking is for cost because that has to be done by professionals and it has to be done in a lab. But when they're independently sampling, if they do all the analysis themselves, there's no cost. If they send them away, currently it's £185 excluding VAT per sample.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very quick answer. That's grand. I had a question for Kate with the smarter catchments. Have you got? I mean, this is the kind of, you know, where you're going. We're heading to with that combining all the data sets with the citizen science monitoring. Are you getting any feedback at the moment about the kind of, you know, the power of combining those kind of two sources of data?
No, we're just at the very start of the journey. So that was what I've shown you as the results of sort of from 10 days of work, basically. So hopefully in the next few months, we'll start to do that. I mean, already what I'm seeing is, for example, looking at changes in flows with the riverfly data set. And I'm talking about an ephemeral river section where you're getting drying out to wetting and bringing those kind of data sets together. now interested in what we can do. We've got tryptophan data for the river, so organic matter from water quality sensors. Can we link that as well to some of the riverfly data sets? So that's the kind of direction we're trying to go with that.
Brilliant, thank you, Kate. That's grand, and I think we've got just enough time for 2 more questions. One is for Michelle. Again, the annual water blitz, only within the demonstrated catchments or possibly outside?
We hope outside as well. We did put in budget for some equipment, so things like freshwater watch kits for, I can't remember off the top of my head, I'll have to go back and check the many spreadsheets we have. What we couldn't include was funded time, unfortunately, but what we will be producing is all of the sort of comms resources around that. So, you know, when you're looking to recruit volunteers, we can help with that. And certainly building the business case to bring in funding locally as well. That's some of the resources that we will be producing. But definitely we would look for the framework to be supporting local groups to bring in funding. So anything we can do to help you know, identify potential funders or to underwrite funding bids and help support that, that will all be part of what we offer through the framework as well. So some support outside of the demonstrator catchments initially, and yeah, definitely plenty of support as well.
Grand, thank you very much. I think the last one probably goes from Andrew, and I think that's for Lucy by the looks of things. Is there any move from local authorities using your kind of monitoring to help with the kind of the biodiversity offsetting type work?
Hi, yeah, thanks very much for the question. I mean, at the moment, we've obviously biodiversity net gain is a very new thing. So my talk was about trying to, you know, differentiate between the citizen science and the professional side of it. So the work that I've been doing on the ground has been more around citizen science sort of delivery and helping to coordinate that around projects that have been delivered through Rivers Trusts. On the other side, we've been training ecology consultants and other professionals. So we have had some interest from local authorities, but I haven't actually managed to find any who've been putting it into practice yet. But I'd really like to hear about it if anybody's on the call, if you're using it in the local authority yet, because this is the hot topic at the moment. I know Natural England are working hard on doing training to get, you know, the senior members of local planning authorities up to speed on what's, you know, going to be sort of the ask of them. So, I mean, it's a really, really good question. I think it's such an early time for people using it. It's not mandated yet through the Environment Bill, but, you know, it's on its way, and it is a bit of a kind of watch this space. So if you've got any other questions, do come back to me, or if anybody knows of anybody using it, I'd be loving to hear.
That's great. This is what I love about the power of the forum, finding out, you know, what's going on out there and making those connections. Absolutely brilliant. I've got a whole load of other questions, but I do know that I have to stick to time. So I think we are due for a break, Lucy, at 3:15, which we just passed now, and we're coming back at 3:30, if that's so. If everyone can make it back at 3:30, and thank you very much to all those presenters. I thought it was a really good session. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back everyone. We're now going to move on to our session on taking a wholescape approach to catchment, coastal and marine management. So I'm delighted to welcome Natasha Bradshaw, who's going to chair this session for us. So Natasha is currently a researcher at the University of West of England, but she's previously led the work for 3 coastal partnerships, and among many other things is currently a committee member and advisor to the Coastal Partnerships Network. So over to you, Natasha.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and thanks very much for inviting me to join you today. I've been watching during the day, and it's really impressive the work you do in CABA around data and evidence, and I think there's a lot we can learn from that for coastal governance. My specialism is in collaborative governance for the coast, and at the end of this session I'm going to take you on a journey we've been on between the Rivers Trust and Coastal Partnerships Network for the last couple of years for a wholescapes approach to marine management. Before we do that, I'll pass over to our speakers for the recordings, which will really, I think, get your brains going on how lots of the great work from CABA and the catchment partnerships relate to the coast and our marine environment, where to my mind it gets more challenging, but you may not think that. But yeah, so let's go over to our speakers. We're hearing from CFAS, the Environment Agency, NOC in Southampton, the Channel Coastal Observatory, and then myself at the end will lead us into the discussion. So without further ado, let's go over to the first speaker, which will be Paulette and Naomi from CFAS on modelling the impact of catchment activities on coastal and marine ecosystems.
Hello, I'm Paulette Posen from the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science, and this is the first of 2 talks on our work at CFAS, developing tools to assist our understanding of the impact of terrestrial activities on coastal and marine ecosystems. This talk will focus on land use and river catchment modelling. Then my colleague Naomi Greenwood will talk about the transport of catchment loadings into coastal waters and how we can assess the extent of influence in the marine environment. As with many coastal environments, Liverpool Bay is subject to multiple pressures from both terrestrial and marine activities. Consequently, the bay and surrounding areas have been the focus of several CFAS studies relating to different aspects of coastal water quality, contaminant transport and ecosystem health. This presentation focuses on the area drained by 6 principal river catchments to the southern and eastern part of the bay. The rivers Clwyd and Dee flowing north from Wales, and the rivers Mersey, Weaver, Ribble and Douglas flowing from the east. The area has a mixed topography with major rivers meandering through lowland floodplains and tributaries rising steeply to the surrounding hills. River load monitoring data have shown that, while phosphorus loads from the catchments have decreased due to improvements in wastewater treatment, nitrogen loads have not reduced to the same extent. So we have been developing models to investigate the likely effects on water quality of the types of regenerative land management initiatives being considered under the new environmental land management schemes. To do this, we carried out preliminary modelling for the 6 river catchments using SWAT, the Soil Water Assessment Tool. Models were set up for current land use around Liverpool Bay and calibrated against observed rainfall and river flow data. This would allow us to assess impacts of different land use and climate change scenarios. The models were first run using observed weather data to simulate present-day river flow. They were then run using predicted rainfall for UKCP 18 low-emission RCP 2.6 and high-emission RCP 8.5 climate scenarios, and analysed for the 5-year period 2034 to 2038. Typical results, presented here for the River Clwyd, indicated that the median flow, shown by the dotted lines on the plots, increased under future scenarios. The interquartile range of flows also increased, as did the magnitude of the extremes. Compared with the high emission scenario, the higher extreme flows seen here under the low emission scenario may be due to the episodic nature of extreme events and their occurrence within the 5-year period analysed. Our present-day land use for the model was based on the combination of Corin Land Cover Map and the UK CEH Land Cover Plus crops data layer for 2018. This allowed us to differentiate more clearly between fertilised agricultural grasslands and unimproved grasslands. The map shows a variety of current land use types, dominated by improved agricultural grasslands, some arable in the lowlands, and areas of wetland on high ground. Urban areas, dark grey on the map, include the dominant features of Liverpool and Merseyside, and Greater Manchester further east. Much of the agricultural land is low-grade, with scattered pockets of high-grade land shown by the deep green areas on the right-hand map. We chose to examine land use scenarios based on the desire for maximum reduction of nutrient and sediment loadings to the river network, while minimising the impact on high-grade agricultural land. With this in mind, we found the biggest potential shift in land use could come from conversion of improved and natural grasslands to transitional woodland, and expansion of existing wetland onto adjacent low-grade agricultural land and natural grasslands. Preliminary modelling identified the River Ribble catchment as a good candidate for a detailed assessment of the chosen scenarios. This catchment has a good mixture of upland and lowland areas and a wide range of land use land cover types. The two most influential land use scenarios, woodland transition and wetland expansion, were combined. Where topography and existing land use permitted either option, the wetland expansion scenario was given precedence. Preliminary results for this scenario showed a slight increase in river flow, resulting in a 3% increase in annual river discharge from the catchment. However, this was accompanied by a 16% reduction in annual nitrogen load from the catchment, with spatial and temporal variations to be investigated further. My colleague Naomi will now tell you about how outputs from the catchment models are being used to assess impacts of terrestrial activities on coastal waters and ecosystems. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the work presented here.
Hello, my name is Naomi Greenwood and I work with Paulette at CFAS. This talk follows the one given by Paulette and describes how we're working towards better linking catchment activities to the impacts they have in the coastal zone. So the aim of the work is to use the catchment modelling tools which Paulette described to better understand the impact of terrestrial activities in the coastal zone, both now and in the future. We're aiming to link the outputs from the spot models, which Paulette described, with tools in the coastal zone to look at how pollutants are distributed. In the future, we'd like to use this combination of tools to identify coastal habitats which are at risk from these activities in the catchments and quantify the impacts they have on the ecosystem services these habitats provide. So the catchment modelling, which Paulette described, allows us to explore the nature of freshwater delivery into the coastal environment both now and in the future, but we need to know the extent of its impact in the coastal zone. Colleagues have developed freshwater plume monitoring using ocean colour data from Sentinel-3 satellites. This has 300 metres spatial resolution. Level 2 atmospherically corrected data is downloaded and processed to produce FORUL values, which is a standardised colour index to classify the water. The processing is carried out using the SNAP FORUL algorithm in a batch process with Python, and the monthly composite images are produced. The water colour is impacted by phytoplankton, dissolved organic matter and suspended sediments. Highest FORUL values are found closest to the coast, and these are associated with freshwater inputs. FORUL values greater than 10 are associated with coastal and near coastal waters with high nutrient and phytoplankton concentrations and increased sediment and dissolved organic matter. The image on the left shows the variation in the extent of the freshwater plume depicted in green in Liverpool Bay for each month in 2018 and 2019. The freshwater extent varies seasonally with river discharge, shown by the plot which is below the satellite image, and we can show there is a significant positive relationship between monthly riverine discharge to Liverpool Bay and the area of the plume, which is defined as the area with a FORUL index greater than 10. We've compared the FORUL values for each month with inorganic nutrient, turbidity and chlorophyll monitoring data collected by multiple agencies within Liverpool Bay. The results are presented as box and whisker plots in the figure on the right. The FORUL values have been aggregated into classes. The very near coastal waters with the highest FORUL values are shown in purple on the left of each plot, and you can see these are associated with the highest concentrations of nutrients and suspended sediment. There's a gradient across the FORUL ranges to the lowest concentrations of nutrients and suspended sediments in the offshore waters, shown in red on the right of each plot for the lowest floral yaw range. So using this relationship between water colour and nutrient load, we will map the nutrient distribution in greater detail and temporal resolution than we could have done previously using traditional water sampling alone. In addition to modelling the distribution of freshwater contaminants using remote sensing, which I just described, colleagues have also developed a high-resolution physical model for Liverpool Bay in FVCOM. This uses an unstructured grid to allow a spatial resolution of 50 metres at the coast and runs with a 5-second time step. It's able to model wetting and drying, which is essential in this region, as there's a very large tidal range up to 10 metres. This model has been run between October to December 2018, and the simulation here shows salinity over 2 tidal cycles at the end of October 2018. So we'll aim to use this model with monitoring data and the outputs from SWOT to better determine how freshwater plumes and the associated pollutants are dispersed within the coastal system. So using this combination of catchment modelling, earth observation and in situ monitoring provides greater understanding of the extent and impact of freshwater pollutants in the coastal environment. The catchment work predicts a future increase in the extent of freshwater pollutants and changes in when they enter the bay. This work will be continued to run land use scenarios through all the SWOT catchments using present day weather and also under future climate scenarios. Using our understanding from satellite mapping of how nutrients are currently distributed, we'll extend this to predict how they will be distributed under future climate and land use scenarios. So by combining catchment modelling, earth observation and in situ monitoring, we aim to map plume exposure risk in a similar way to that for the Great Barrier Reef, which is shown on the left here in this slide. Thank you for listening, and please contact me if you've got any questions.
Hi, my name is Thea Wingfield. I work for the Environment Agency and I work in a team that help to plan and coordinate monitoring. If anything in this presentation strikes a chord, please do get in touch with me. What, in a nutshell, I'm trying to do is I'm looking to reflect with and crowdsource information from as many individuals as possible about our current water monitoring system. And I'll be looking to answer what shapes our decisions for the future. Can we share our shared goals and aspirations? So this is the water cycle diagram, and I am willing to wager that for many of you on watching this presentation, that this diagram will hold a little bit of a special place in your heart. Often the water cycle is first taught to children as their earliest interaction with a scientific conceptualization. And it has a visual simplicity that is able to condense and communicate to primary school-age children complex processes of hydrology, function, and form. As catchment scientists, it's usual that we develop technical specializations according to maybe our organizational needs or our own technical interests or experiences. And what can happen with this specialization is if we were to draw the water cycle with our technical mind's eye, the cohesion and simplicity found in the original diagrams might be lost. So our professional experience can inflate certain hydrological processes to the detriment of others that are just forgotten entirely. Water no longer flows across the landscape. What happens is it gets severed and compartmentalized under headings, and these headings we're familiar with, such as quality, urban, agriculture, or fisheries, just to name a few. And what there is a risk of is that this pattern is replicated in the way in which we collect our data. the questions that we ask when we are creating evidence, and when we're seeking to fill or identify the all-important evidence gaps. Ultimately, this can feed into our knowledge and decision-making about the water environment and the wider environment, preventing integration and collaboration and social discussion. And what I'm describing is the silo effect, and it's well recognized and we do talk about it, but what is less well understood is, does this fragmentation have a knock-on effect on our shared goals and aspirations? So during September and January, I am undertaking a study to explore monitoring, planning and delivery using systems conceptualizations or systems mapping. So these systems maps will be created as an output of what could be thought of as social learning and as a tool for exploring and communicating our current approach. System maps will support an understanding of the structure. So we're looking to identify the elements, the interconnections and the functions and purpose of the whole system and the monitoring subsystems. In this work, it's important to explore and to gather information about relationships and perspectives, and the different perspectives of different actors will be explored to understand how data and evidence and knowledge informs decision making, but also vice versa. We're looking to draw out perspectives on the factors that interconnect the elements within the system, and we're interested in facilitating what could be a shared understanding of how the system is structured, what is essential and what might be non-essential in this system, and identify any undesired feedbacks that are locking us into a faulty system, or ask questions of, are we at risk of not identifying or recognizing systemic inadequacies? So this work will explore what's described as target knowledge, which is what primary features do we want or need our environmental and water monitoring system to deliver now and for the future. So if you're interested in finding out more, please do get in touch. The key information that you need to know is that the study will be running between September and January, and my contact email is thea.wingfield@environment-agency.gov.uk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Charlie Thompson, the Director of the Channel Coastal Observatory, and I want to tell you a bit about the National Network of Regional Coastal Monitoring Programmes of England. We are the programme that provides the evidence base which underpins flood and coastal erosion risk management. But more widely, we're a data resource for all coastal science and management purposes. The National Network consists of 6 regional monitoring programmes, which began to form in the early 90s in response to shoreline management planning, and then formed into a national network in 2011. The aim of the network is to provide a standardised, repeatable and cost-effective monitoring solution which provides evidence of coastal change and the drivers of those change. We work very closely with risk management authorities, coastal managers and engineers, including the Coastal Group, and wider stakeholders to make sure that we're providing the evidence that they need to make decisions at the coast. All of the data analysis and reports that we provide are available for free under the Open Government Licence on our website and can be used for any purposes. We have a simple source pathway receptor model which we use to determine what evidence we need to collect. In our case, the source is the driver of coastal change, the pathways are the mechanisms through which we see those changes happen, and the receptors are the response of the coastline itself. And this model just allows us to determine the exact parameters and the methods of survey that we need to use. So in our case, the drivers are waves, tides and meteorological conditions. And we work out with our stakeholders and end users the exact parameters that are useful for them in decision making. And that allows us to create a survey network in order to collect the appropriate type of evidence. The mechanisms we're interested in are erosion, accretion and flooding. But we don't measure these directly because we're a strategic programme. We do, however, work very closely with academics and researchers who are looking into those mechanisms, and we can infer them from the relationship between the drivers and the response variables. Our response variables tend to be shoreline position, the amount of material that's on the beach, habitat changes or damage that you might see at the coastline. And again, we discuss with our stakeholders and end users what is the evidence that they really need to support their decision making. And that determines the type of data that we are going to collect in order to provide them with those parameters. Which leads to a large data collection of different types of coastal data. It includes things like topographic beach surveys, bathymetry, LiDAR and aerial photography, which help us with the response variables. And for the drivers, we monitor waves, tides and meteorological conditions in real time, and we provide that data in real time as well. We also produce some products from some of the data, things like terrestrial ecological mapping, and we respond very quickly to events and incidents like large storms, so we can do rapid surveys after those as well. And all of that data is available from our website. The address is at the bottom of the slide. To determine how often and what type of monitoring we do around the coast, we use a risk-based approach. So we divide the coastline up into a series of survey units, and for each of those units we can look at what are the assets at risk, what's their exposure to waves or the risk of flooding, and what's the geomorphology or the erosion potential of the area, and what's the shoreline management planning policy there. And from that we can decide whether, for example, a low risk area of coastline we might only visit once every 5 years so that we can just monitor the long-term changes, or a high risk area where we might be visiting twice every year to really understand change. It's essential to us that all of our data is standardised, so we have very clear specifications and quality control procedures that we follow. And for transparency, all of those are available through the website as well, so you can see exactly what we've done to the data. We're also very keen to explore new technology, new analysis techniques, and exchange knowledge with other partners that might allow us to do better monitoring, or more efficient monitoring, just to provide the best service that we possibly can. All of the data is available for free through our central website, but we also feed this through into a number of other data portals to maximise visibility. But here you can access quality control data, real-time data, and a number of different tools for visualising the data as well. It's available for free, but please just tell us why you're using it and what you're using the data for. And we hope you enjoy using the resource. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Ben Green. I'm a senior advisor in the Estuaries and Coast Planning team at the Environment Agency and technical lead for the Restoring Meadows, Marsh and Reef initiative, also known as Rememory. And today I'm here to talk to you about some of the tools and guidance we've produced over the last few months that will encourage further estuarine and coastal restoration. I'd first like to highlight our restoration potential maps. These were originally created to encourage further local discussion on restoration as part of river basin management planning and to develop more projects and partnerships. And they indicate areas where habitat creation could be the most successful, and that will be for creating new salt marsh through managed realignments, through seagrass, through replanting or reseeding, and native oyster beds through relaying or reseeding of oyster seed. They are model maps. They do not reflect the current extent of the habitat, but they just identify where restoration, where conditions, physical conditions are suitable for restoration to take place. They're available on the CABA Coastal Data Explorer website, and I'd encourage you all to have a look. This is an example of the different restoration potential areas around the Solent area. So there's a range of salt marsh opportunities around the South Downs estuaries, seagrass opportunities in the Solent harbours, and native oyster bed opportunities, restoration opportunities around the Isle of Wight and Studland Bay. I'd also like to highlight our restoration handbooks. These originally came about because there was originally no UK-wide guidance on setting out how to undertake an estuarine and coastal restoration project, and this was a barrier from both a regulatory point of view for licensing authorities, and also for a stakeholder point of view for lack of information for people who actually wanted to undertake this work. As a result, we have got 4 different handbooks in various stages of production that cover restoration of salt marsh, seagrass, tidal habitats using dredged material, and in, the native oyster. The native oyster handbook has been published in November 2020. The others are all in progress, aiming for November 2021, and they apply not to the whole of the United Kingdom. They cover legislation in the whole of the United Kingdom and in Ireland as well. So just to give you a bit more information about what's in these handbooks, this is the Native Oyster Restoration Handbook that we undertook with the Native Oyster Network UK and Ireland and the Environment Agency together. This was published and it's available to download from the Native Oyster Network website, and covers 5 chapters on introduction, the getting started chapter, looking at project planning and licensing, restoration in practice chapter, looking at the different techniques such as use of culture and different methods of deployment of oysters, a chapter specifically on biosecurity, which is key for native oyster restoration, and a chapter on public engagement. We've also got our salt marsh handbook, which is currently in the final stages of production. This is a collaboration between the Environment Agency and a whole range of different contributors from academia, NGOs, industry, and volunteers, and it covers again 5 chapters looking at introduction, looking at blue carbon and the ecosystem services that salt marshes can provide, a getting started chapter, again looking at the funding opportunities, site selection, chapter specifically around the complex nature of legislation and getting a license for salt marsh restoration, chapter on communications and engagement, and a chapter on the actual salt marsh restoration methods, looking at mandatory alignments, regulated tidal exchanges, and everything in between. Our Restoring Estuarine and Coastal Habitats Using Dredged Material handbook is a collaboration between CFAS, who chair the Beneficial Use Working Group, APP Mayor, and the Environment Agency. And this has 3 chapters, one looking at, again, introduction to using dredged sediment, a chapter looking at the practical applications and the techniques, and a chapter looking at the specific regulatory issues that using dredged restoring habitats with dredged sediment involve. Finally, we have a chapter, we have the Seagrass Restoration Handbook. This is being managed by the Zoological Society of London and the University of Portsmouth with the Environment Agency, and is being adapted from an existing Swedish seagrass restoration handbook as well. And it covers 5 chapters again, looking at seagrass restoration, introduction to it, a chapter around getting started, again on site selection, seagrass restoration in practice, monitoring, and public engagement. All of these handbooks will be hosted on the CABA website, and they will aim to be published in the run-up to COP26 in November. They're all living documents, so they'll be periodically updated when we have new sites and legislation comes into practice. If further information, please get in touch. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. I'm now going to give a 5-minute quick talk on the roadmap for collaborative delivery. This is really looking at the kind of end users of all of the above presentations we've heard, from the inputs and the river plume mapping through the connections which Tia really painted out, and the response that Charlie really described in terms of shoreline management. So in looking at how we make this wholescape approach happen, a couple of years ago, the Rivers Trust and the Coastal Partnerships Network started working together on this wholescape approach to marine management project. The thinking behind it actually was about 5 years ago through a Natural Capital Initiative task group, which looked at partnership working from catchment to coast and marine environment. And Ed Maltby was behind sort of stimulating that collaboration, which led to publications on wholescape thinking, and then this WAM project led by the Rivers Trust, funded by the Marine Management Organisation. And it really encouraged catchment and coastal partnership officers across the country England, that is, to look at the CABA approach experience relative to the coastal partnerships experience. CABA covers 106 catchments across England, whereas coastal partnerships cover not every receiving environment of those catchments. In fact, of the 106 coastal and the 106 catchment partnerships, about 56 of them have a coastal and estuarine component. The greatest being in northwest England, but all of the catchments of the southwest and the southeast have coastal and estuarine components. So there's really a clear need for catchment and coastal partnerships to collaborate with this kind of wholescape approach to try and create links between our knowledge and our delivery. The coastal partnerships have existed for about 30 years. There are about 30 other sort of more short-term initiatives, but these 50 or so coastal partnerships have existed for about 30 years. Some have come and gone, but there's a sort of sustained level of investment in partnership working across the land-sea interface in these locations. But there's huge diversity in the nature of these partnerships. Many of them are hosted by local authorities, some by charities or harbour authorities, and there's not full coverage like there is for CABA. However, if we zoom in on part of the country like southwest England, where I'm based, you can see the potential for good joint working from the CABA partnerships to the marine environment, utilising the energy and the networks of the coastal partnerships that really work across land-sea interface and have good networks and knowledge of the marine environment. So a couple of years ago, the WAM project set out to bring coastal and catchment partnerships together. We had 4 workshops around the country, and we looked at how to implement a wholescapes approach. Data is a really good starting point for this, and through that process, the Rivers Trust developed the Coastal Data Explorer, which is a really good resource for collaboration. And we're in the final stages of producing a roadmap to collaborative delivery. This will be interactive. It's in its final stages of design, and we'll be having a webinar on it fairly soon. Just to give you a flavour of what that's going to look like, it's targeted both at national and regional audiences, upstream and downstream working, so CABA and coastal partnerships thinking together across that upstream and downstream sort of scale of approach, really building on the comments Thea made about the water cycle earlier, and looking at common issues where we most need to come together. And so this butterfly kind of represents that wholescape thinking, bringing us together and sort of flying off to delivery on those common issues. There's a lot of depth behind this in the roadmap. As we evolve that roadmap, and the next stage, I think, is to really look carefully at the CABA Coastal Data Explorer and how we can utilise that further. So now I'll pass back to Lucy to do some voting, which will kick off a discussion. I think we've got about 5–10 minutes left for discussion.
Yeah, that's right. So I shall just launch our poll for this session. So hopefully you can see that there on the screen. And just a reminder for everybody, your answers aren't anonymous, but your name won't appear on the screen or in any publications. It's just to help us understand the context of the answers that we get. So the 3 questions that we've got for this session were, firstly, are you working on estuary, coastal and marine issues? So if you could answer either yes, you're actively working on these issues, yes, you sometimes work on them, not much, not at all, you don't think it's relevant to you, or you don't know. Our second question is then, do you think you have access to enough coastal, estuarine and marine data? So our choices there, if you could select a single answer, are yes, plenty of access, yes, somewhat access to data, not much, not at all, you're not aware of what is available, or you've got no strong opinion about it. And then our final question is, have you engaged with your local coastal or estuary partnership, or are you aware of them? So our choices there to answer are yes, you've actively engaged with them, yes, you've had some engagement, not much engagement, not at all, you're not aware of them, or you don't think it's relevant to you. So I'll just give us a minute or so, and again, if you could answer all 3 questions and then hit submit, that would be great. Thanks. Okay, so I'll give us about 5 or 6 more seconds if you want to submit your answers. And I'll end the poll there and share the results on the screen. So I don't know if you want to talk through the results, Natasha.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, yeah, in general, that reflects what we found in the WAM workshops, that there are people that are actively working on coastal domain issues, but generally not much. And what we found when we went deeper into discussion is that many CABA partnership officers felt that they should do more, but there's a lot to do in the catchment without reaching out to the marine environment, which is a whole nother complex area with the tidal issues and different set of stakeholders. So that's interesting, thank you. So moving on to the second one. Thanks for giving me control, Lucy, that's good. Do you think you have access to enough coastal estuary marine data? Not aware of what's available and no strong opinion. Yeah, I mean, if you don't work on it too much, then you're not going to have a strong opinion, but it's interesting that many people are not aware of what's available. So, I mean, a great starting point is the Coastal Data Explorer, which is fairly new, and we're looking perhaps to build on post-WAM project. So that's a really good starting point. And then thirdly, have you engaged with a local coastal estuary partnership? Not at all, not much. Yeah, or not relevant. Yeah. So it's potentially relevant to about half of this audience, of which most people haven't had much engagement. So again, that reflects what we found through the WAM project, doesn't it, Lucy?
Yep.
So, okay, useful results, thank you. Have we got some questions for our speakers? I can't see any. Lucy, correct me if I'm missing something.
We don't have any questions at the minute. If anybody's got any, if they want to
submit
them, and if our panelists want to join us on the screen.
Okay, hi Charlie.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi Paulette and Naomi. I have a quick question actually to kick things off. To Paulette and Naomi. Naomi particularly, did you say near the end of your talk that this is being applied to all catchments, the high resolution coastal modelling? Because if so, that's brilliant.
No, I meant the catchments that are relevant to the ones that Paulette mentioned in the talk. 6 catchments just around Liverpool Bay.
I mean, obviously the potential application of that sediment flume knowledge for shoreline management planning is huge. You know, really getting a proper understanding of the sediment input from estuaries and river catchments to the coast and how that affects flood and coastal protection would be really, really helpful to really, yeah, for longer term planning.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fairly, I suppose it's the last couple of years we've been developing it at CFAS, I suppose, the algorithms for actually doing the mapping, and now we're very much focusing on trying to validate with the in situ monitoring data. So that's a key part that we're doing now. And then we would like to extend it next to the Thames plume, which is another area where we have quite a lot of active research. So I guess that's where we'll focus next, then try and look at other areas beyond that.
Great. I mean, a question for Ben on the end of this line from input to water cycle wholescape thinking, and Charlie's involvement in looking at the response for shoreline management planning, and you, Ben, with the restoration kind of demand. Are these data sets integrated enough? Are they, you know, is all this knowledge coming together in order to help the planning and the restoration that we really need?
I think they're getting there. I think they are slowly moving in the right direction. So I think that definitely there is kind of, I think at least within government agencies and with the CCO as well, I think we're very much aware now of what each other is doing, and that's building in it. I think there's definite scope maybe to build in data sets from outside of government agencies more, and to really take account of those in a lot more than what we do. And I think that's something we really need to work on over the next few years.
Yeah, okay. Charlie, any comment?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's been a lot of work over the last few years to really try and improve a lot of the understanding of what's going on and who's doing what. And I think it's moving in the right direction, and that's the key. And it's actually events like this which are key to helping doing that and raising awareness of who is doing what.
Yeah, great. Okay, Paulette, do you want to say anything from the top end of the catchment?
Yes, I really, it was really nice to see in some of this morning's presentations some of the catchment related work that's going on, which touches on work at CFAS in Weymouth in particular, where we're looking at sort of chemicals such as the pharmaceuticals and pesticides and things that may be affecting aquatic organisms. So it would be really nice to sort of get in touch with some of those people and try to make those connections, because yeah, it's only by using that sort of whole scope approach that we're going to really tackle some of these larger environmental issues.
Yeah. So it's a shame Thea's not here. She got called away urgently this afternoon, but I think she raised the bar in her questions as to what evidence do we need? Do we share the same goals and aspirations, and do we have enough? Is the data visualized well enough for us to work on this system scale mapping that's needed to make the right decisions? And it does get to another level of complexity when the freshwater environment enters the marine environment. But it is from my experience essential that we have that whole scape thinking, and the coastal and catchment partnerships really give us a mechanism to bring those networks together, and to bring that knowledge together at the land-sea interface, where I think the most challenges probably exist and the most potential exists for restoration of those habitats that have got massive blue carbon storage potential as well. Okay, Lucy, I think we're probably out of time, aren't we? Did you want me to stop at 10 past 3 minutes ago?
No, that's fine. Yeah, but I think that was a really good discussion. Thank you, Natasha.
Could go on for a lot longer, but let's pass over to David. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Natasha.
Yeah, thanks very much, Natasha. Right, I'm going to finish off with some more voting. I think that's the most important thing that we've got left to do, because we've seen the kind of strength of what the voting does for us. But I'm just going to talk a little bit about, talk through the training and just see, go through the sort of options, and then we can do some voting in a second. Okay. Right. Well, the first slide is just just to say that we have increased the size of the technical team to help support catchment-based approach. We brought in kind of new skills and all the rest of it as our kind of the needs of the partnership really increase. And what you've told us is that in terms of training, that we need workshops and webinars, and we've been doing sort of themed ones. What we've been doing is doing them regionally, then recording them, regionally where there is a particular need, and then we record them and host them on the website. So one of the questions we're going to be asking a bit in a couple of seconds is about where we should put our effort this year with the support money that we've got. In terms of those webinars and workshops. In terms of the GIS tools and resources, more and more over the last couple of years, we've been kind of doing the same thing of workshops, theme, you know, for a specific reason, but then recording them, and then they've been Lucy and Catherine particularly have been cutting them up and putting them on the CABA website, so they've got sort of bite-sized tutorials. So I think now's probably a good time to do the voting on the kind of training needs. So I'll just start that, see if I can do that. Is that working, Lucy?
I can't see it, Dave. Do you want me to launch?
No, sorry, I think
no, there, I think you've got it.
I've got it, grand, okay. So I think the first, I'll go through the questions, same thing as Lucy, and if you can vote, that would be grand. So we had a great presentation, I think, at the start of today about data visualization and so forth. So Adam has offered potentially to do some training. So it'd be good just to gauge the appetite for that. With simple yes, no, or don't know for that one. In terms of training needs for the CABA data package, as Kat and Heather said earlier on, CABA data package 6 is coming out around the end of the year. And it would just be very useful again to see what sort of training needs you need around that. We've kind of, as she said, we've put most of it online now. So do you want basic GIS training, advanced GIS training, geoprocessing and all that kind of stuff? Or is it more data interpretation and targeted use of the data package that you need, or accessing and incorporating local data? So that would be useful if you can give us feedback on that, because that'll help us sort of target our work. And then finally, in terms of which tools and would you need support with? So we've got, you know, some quite exciting stuff coming up. Farmscaper, Rachel and Richard asked me to tell you all that Farmscaper version 5 is coming out at the start of November, so which is great news because it's a fantastic tool. But then there's flood damages avoided modelling potentially, which I think could be really useful because it closes that circle and allows us to identify the, you know, well, cost, the benefits of nature-based solutions potentially. Work on drones and images. We've seen some pretty good stuff on that today, whether that's particularly relevant to you. Scalgo is quite an interesting one. It's a kind of simple rainfall runoff model, but really useful for targeting flood, particularly flood issues and SIMAP. So if I just give you a couple more seconds on this, and it's, we've said it a number of times today, it's incredibly useful getting this feedback. We use it during the year. We also use it in the summary documents that me and Lucy will write over the next week or so to kind of guide what we're doing. Okay, that's probably, not see much changes going on, so I will end poll now. That's grand, and we will obviously share these results with you on the two-page summary that we always write after these events. I think it just really remains for me to kind of just say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this forum. I always find it really useful to meet up with everyone. I wish we could actually meet up in person. And actually, I think we've got one more vote, haven't we, Liz? Yep. Is that right at the end?
Yes, Dave, we've got the feedback question.
We've got the feedback one. Okay. So I think we should, you know, I think in my final sort of remarks before we go back to that finish off with the feedback would be really that the forum appears to be working, and you know that success that Michelle showed today is kind of evidence of that. It's been great seeing the kind of the stuff from the Nature Recovery Network and CABA and the Coastal Network, and it looks like there's a real opportunity with TDF for us to work more together and for the forum to provide some of that glue that we need. So shall I launch the final voting for the feedback? Right. I don't think I need to talk you too much through this. We always find this again useful for planning next year. And particularly if you are keen to be involved with the forum, it would be great to get your contact details and get involved with us. I think the more people we can get involved in the forum, the more representative it will be and more helpful it will be. So do give us your feedback now, and I'll give you a couple more minutes to more seconds to finish that off. Can't see much changes. I think so. I think we're probably.
I think there's still quite a few coming in.
There's a few coming in. Okay.
We maybe just have a few more final couple of seconds and then end it.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, Lucy, do you have any more sort of closing remarks, really, apart from just to say, well, for me, definitely thank you very much to Lucy and Becca, particularly for all their hard work, but it takes a whole team to bring this sort of thing together. Anything else, Lucy, from yourself?
I just think thank you to everybody that's taken part today and taken place in the discussions. I think we've had some good discussions through the day, and we've made some good contacts, particularly with people working on the local nature strategies and also the coastal data there, to include that in the forum. I think it was good. So just thank you to everybody for attending, and just a final reminder of the two webinars that we've got tomorrow. So the one in the morning at 10 o'clock on rethinking data with the Rivers Trust and Cabba Comms team, and then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with the Freshwater Habitats Trust, looking at their approach to identifying important freshwater areas. So please join us for those. You can use the same joining link that you've used today to join for those two webinars.
Okay, many thanks.
Thank you.